presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. And this evening from downtown St. Louis, a battle inside the NL Central as the St. Louis Cardinals play host to the Milwaukee Brewers. Yesterday, it was Adam Wainwright, big number 50, the ace of the staff for St. Louis. 8 strong shutout innings as the Cardinals took 2 of 3. Wainwright with 25 consecutive scoreless innings. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. My name is Dan McLaughlin. This guy is a Hall of Famer, Tim McCarver.
Thank you.
And first and foremost, welcome back home.
Thank you very much. I just cannot wait to get going. I've waited for a month, and I'm ready to go.
I know you've been watching this team, and when you've been watching it, offense so-so, but the pitching, outstanding.
Offense is down, but the pitching, particularly the starters, and Adam Wainwright you mentioned, but the starters for the Cardinals have just been dazzling. The Cardinals have played 26 games, and in 10 of those games, the starters have not allowed a run.
Well, tonight, it could be a Major League debut for a couple of new faces wearing the birds on the bat. You think they're nervous?
Nah.
Oh, I would say so, just a little bit. Greg Garcia, Randall Grichuk. They're at Busch Stadium tonight. We'll hear from Pat Paris and Al Rabowski on those two when we come back.
West live over at Ballpark Village. That's where we find the Mad Hungarian and Pat Paris with more on tonight's game. And Milwaukee. The Brewers. Between St. Louis and Milwaukee. The Brewers starter tonight, Yovani Gallardo, one of the top righties in the Central. He's had issues, though, against St. Louis. Johnny Peralta, a pair of home runs yesterday. First Cardinals shortstop with 6 homers in the first 26 games of the regular season. Carlos Gomez, the leadoff man for Milwaukee, possesses both power and speed. He's also a polarizing figure in the game today. Milwaukee's start is in great part due to their bullpen. K-Rod at the back end has been perfect so far this year, 11 for 11. And for the Cardinals, their closer possesses a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. He's 7 for 7 in save opportunities. That's Trevor Rosenthal. It's a matchup of 2 of the best teams in the Central so far in 2014. It's the Cards. It's the Brewers tonight on Fox Sports Midwest. Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. It's Chevy Truck Month. Visit your Mid-America Chevy dealers to take advantage of Truck Month offers on the all-new Chevy Silverado. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. It's turned into a gorgeous evening for baseball here in St. Louis, as Matt Adams and the Cardinals take to the field and playing in game number 1 of 3 against the first place Milwaukee Brewers, as they check in with the best record in baseball at 18-7. And a look at Ron Renicki's lineup, missing 2 stars, Gene Segura and Ryan Braun. They are 3rd in the league in hitting. Carlos Gomez leads it off, then Scooter Gennett, Jonathan Lucroy, Aramis Ramirez, Chris Davis, Mark Reynolds. Last 6 games, couple of home runs. Jeff Bianchi, Elian Herrera, and the pitcher Yabani Gallardo. He's batting 9th. This lineup will face the youngster right-hander Michael Wacha. Young man Michael Wacha, our Kia starter, Tim, and he has been at times sensational.
I saw that game last Wednesday when he went 4 innings, striking out 10 Mets and walking 5. I picked up the phone and called Bob Gibson in Omaha when I saw Wacha's line. He lost the game, striking out 10, walking 5. His record now 2-2. And I said, Bob, have you ever seen Wacha throw this many curveballs? He said, no. But you know, at Shea Stadium, in that area, of course, Bob pitched at Shea. Wacha was working in Citi Field. And he said, when the wind's in your face, that's when your curveball works the best. The curveball worked to his benefit that day and to his detriment because he was wild with that pitch also. Interesting.
Very much so. And winds that night got up to 45 miles an hour.
Right.
So Michael Wacha making the start here at home. The Brewers as a team hitting .257, which is 3rd best in the National League. Carlos Gomez leads it off, and he's hitting .297 this year. And the first pitch is tapped foul. And a look at the umpires for tonight's contest. Calling the balls and strikes, Toby Basner. DJ Rayburn at first. Over at second, Dan Bellino. And the crew chief is Jeff Kellogg. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brewers start shorthanded in this series with Ryan Braun dealing with an oblique injury and then injuring his teammate Gene Segura over the weekend in a freak accident in their dugout. So those two not in the lineup tonight. We're not sure if they're going to be even available to pinch hit in this game.
Yeah, Ron Renicki dealing with a 23-man bench for the most part.
That swung on and missed. The cutter from Michael Wacha in his first strikeout. A look at the Cardinals defense with Holiday in left, John Jay in center, Alan Craig is in right. Around the Horn is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Carpenter, Peralta, Ellis, and Adams along the infield, and Yadier Molina is behind the plate. Scooter Gennett, 300 average, 1 home run, and he's driven in 8 so far this year. Michael Wacha has been able to throw the changeup, which everybody knows about, mid-90s fastball, but as you mentioned, the curveball is really becoming a weapon that's getting better and better with each start.
And it was his best last Wednesday, even though it was a losing effort against the Mets. As we said, I talked to Derek Lilliquist before the game, and Derek telling me that by far his ratio of curveballs more than at any other start in his major league career.
1-1 pitch. 1-2. Missouri Lottery Fox tracks and a strike on the inside corner. And time is called as the home plate umpire sees out on the grass center field.
You hear that expression a lot, Dan, that a hitter has to have his feet moved by a pitcher. often that's good enough. Jeanette, you saw that little with the hips out. That's good enough. You give him a different look, and that's what Waka can do with the fastball, and that's what the cutter does for him.
That swung on and missed. It's strikeout number 2. Hard to believe. I don't know about for you, but for me, I watch him, and it seems like he's been here for 10 years. The way that he handles himself, his stuff, but his makeup is what stands out.
The last game I did was Game 6 of the World Series last year, and who pitched for the Cardinals? Michael Waka. I have a scorecard, as a matter of fact, from that game.
Give me that thing and sign it, man. I'm putting that on eBay. That'd be pretty sweet. So are you nervous tonight or what?
You know what I am? I'm excited. I'm not nervous. I'm excited. Everybody's been just terrific in the city and coming back here, and I've come full circle, signing with the Cardinals in 1959 and then tonight. And believe me, you've made it very comfortable for me, Dan. Thank you.
It's great to have you here. There's no doubt.
It's terrific.
0-2. This is Jonathan Lucroy.
Here's what we were talking about with Waka. To get to 2 strikes, that pitch moves the feet. Strike 3 with the changeup. So inside with the fastball, changeup away.
Here's an 0-2 pitch. Molina sets up outside. Nice play by Adams to his left. Waka to the bag. And a 1-2-3 inning for Michael Waka. And a nice play by the big man down at first. Half inning in the books. No score. That is Randall Grichuk on the left, Greg Garcia on the right. At some point, they will make their major league debuts. May not happen tonight, may not happen in this series, but here they are in the big leagues. And we'll take a look at Mike Matheny's lineup with Matt Carpenter leading things off, followed by John Jay and Matt Holliday. You see Jay's numbers. Very good overall against the Brewers, but especially against this right-hander. Then it's Matt Adams, the cleanup man, Yadier Molina, Alan Craig, Johnny Peralta, Mark Ellis, and Michael Waka. What do we know about Yovani Gallardo, Tim McCarver?
It's not what we know about Yovani, it's what he knows about the Cardinals, and he does not know a lot about them. Here's an excellent pitcher who reminds me a lot as a right-handed pitcher of Gio Gonzalez, the left-hander. They're similar in that regard, similar stuff, similar curveballs. A marvelous #1 guy, but he has just had loads of problems with the Cardinals. 1-11 lifetime against St. Louis, and his only win coming here at Busch Stadium.
That is hard to imagine for Ron Renneke, as good as this guy's stuff is.
Yeah.
Strikeouts are down for Gallardo, but a byproduct of that is that he is going deeper into games, which is a plus.
He could pitch.
Features the cutter, the slider, the curve, good fastball, but the velocity has been down as that pitch misses outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Carpenter. Gallardo used to throw consistently 94, 96. Now he's around 91 to 92. And it's that pitch there, Tim. If he can establish fastballs the outside corner, he is going to have success here tonight.
That's the same for most pitching. The first time through the lineup, try to establish the fastball and go from there.
Here's a 1-2 pitch by Gallardo. Taken upstairs by Carpenter. I'm not sure there's a player that made more adjustments last year than the Cardinal leadoff man, Matt Carpenter.
Especially with 2 strikes. One of the best 2-strike hitters in the game already.
The 2-2. A fly ball lifted down the left field line, slicing and out of play.
There's some guys, Dan, that I just don't know how they hit the way they hit. Because with Matt Carpenter, he's got an uppercut swing to left field. That ball that he hit foul his last time he made contact. But he can somehow get inside the ball and straighten out that swing. He's very quick. But it's a very, very unusual. It's usually the type swing that gives left-handed hitters trouble.
And there it is.
There it is.
Slicing it into left center field. Sliding is Carlos Gomez. Lost the baseball. Carpenter thought about going to third base and stops there.
You know, the last 2 pitches, he fouls the ball off in the air, foul down the left field line, and then makes the adjustment. There's that swing, staying inside the ball, and instead of fouling it off in the air, he rifles it to left center. A double, only his third double of the year, but a guy who had 55 last year, Cardinal record.
Broke Stan the man's mark of 55. He stands at second base, and here is John Jay. Third baseman Ramirez is in, anticipating a potential bunt. Cardinals did this yesterday. And the fact is, they had not been hitting prior to the game that we saw yesterday. Peralta, the couple of home runs. Holiday swinging a hot bat on deck. And you set a tone, don't you, Tim, if you're able to score that first run?
Well, a lot of people have been talking in St. Louis, and we understand all that about where the home runs. But sometimes you can get out of things by playing smaller ball. I mean, you just can't, as Mike Matheny said in the press conference yesterday, you just can't go up there and say, hit home runs. Just not that easy to change things that dramatically. You have to ease your way out of it. And the best way to ease your way out of it is to play for 1 run early.
Leadoff double by Matt Carpenter. No balls and 2 strikes on John Jay. 9 RBIs, and that's among the team leaders with limited time. Now seeing the bulk of the playing time in center field. Borges off to a slow start. And with the right-hander on the mound, easy choice to go with Jay. Here's the 0-2. And Jay lifts it out to center field. Gomez going back. Makes the catch near the track. Carpenter on his way to third. He tags up, and Jay a productive at bat, and it brings in Matt Holliday. Look at the Brewers defensively with Davis in left, Gomez in center. Herrera is in right. Ramirez at third. Bianchi is at short with Segura out. Jeanette at second. Reynolds, big slugger at first, and Jonathan Lucroy is behind the plate. That's brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Here's Matt Holliday. He's hitting .272. Talk about brute strength. Matt Holliday has got that. His track record last year saw him get progressively better every month throughout the season. Slow couple of first weeks of the regular season. Now the average is up to .272 and hitting .400 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, guys hit .290 9 straight years.
One ball and 1 strike. They shade him a bit to right center. Big gap in left center for Matt Holliday.
Yeah, this is a contact play with Carpenter at third base. He's still got to make sure he gets a good jump. You can't assume it with the infield back.
Holiday did not like that call. He's in the hole. 1-2.
Hitters try to establish a strike zone. So do umpires. That ball may have been low. Close. Now the infield in with 2 strikes. Interesting.
Holiday rips it off the glove of Reynolds. 1-0 St. Louis. His Carpenter scores. Just a rocket off the bat of Matt Holiday.
And the infield in cost Ron Renicky. Those are the odds you play. But it really makes sense because good hitters cut down on their swing with 2 strikes. So with 2 strikes, the infield comes in, and because they're in, the ball is off the glove of Mark Reynolds, the first baseman. Base hit for Holiday, RBI number 15 on the year.
Leads the club, and here is Matt Adams. Matt Adams is the cleanup man, and yet he has only 5 RBIs. But then you look at his year so far, leads the National League in multi-hit games, and he's hitting .337. First pitch is a ball.
Yeah, I heard you and Al talking yesterday about how Matt Adams should take advantage of that overshift and push a ball down third every now and then, and I agree totally.
More and more we're seeing teams shift. Mike Matheny telling us the other day that the Cardinals are doing it more by his estimation this season, and he believes that we're going to see more outfield shifts than infield shifts.
I don't think so. I heard you say that yesterday. I don't think that's going to be the case.
And why do you say that?
I think more outfield. I think because it's more proper to play the outfield straight away. They don't. They have time on their side. The infielders don't have time on their side because the ball's on top of them in a hurry. There's a lot more to that, however. You know, the one thing that in baseball for 100 years, guys who hit balls up the middle, they were base hits until 3 years ago.
Right.
And what the shift has done, it's taken the middle of the field away from the hitters. And hitters have not yet caught up with that. I don't know if they ever will. But Joe Madden, the first guy to fool with that thing in Tampa Bay, started that. And it's totally freaked out the hitters. They don't know what to do. They're continuing to hit balls hard, and balls that used to be hits aren't hits anymore.
Would it bother you as a hitter seeing the shortstop behind the bag at second?
Yes, it would, because they're taking away a hole that that's why when you take batting practice as a big leaguer, you hit the ball back through the box. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what you hear all hitting instructors tell the hitters. So if that's true, then what's the guy doing behind the pitcher? And hitters haven't caught up with that yet.
And the outfield here is deep. They are straight away. The shift is on for Adams. Shortstop Bianchi is near the bag at second. And Scooter Gennett deep at second base. Now on the outfield grass. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Very short lead by Holiday, but he's off and running. And this is tapped up the first base line. Gallardo will flip to his first baseman Reynolds for out number 2. It's hard to explain, but Gallardo 1-11 against the St. Louis Cardinals. And you were telling me all kinds of stories about Sox Seabold before the game.
Old Sox.
Sox Seabold, rough outing every time out. 2-13 against St. Louis. That was back in the late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, Scooter Gennett is the second baseman for the Brewers. His real name is Ryan. We have not researched what Sox's real name is.
And I don't think we ever exactly.
No, we don't care.
Here's Molina, and that pitch is hit out of play. You and I had a chance to do an inning or two in spring training, and you brought up such a great point. Something I really hadn't thought of because I take it for granted. I think we all do in watching Yadier Molina. But the nicks, the bruises that he goes through on a daily basis, but holding the bat, something as simple as holding the bat and how tough that is for a catcher to do that, especially when you get later into a season.
The better your pitching staff is, the less a catcher should hit for an average, because the more he continues to pound your hand day in and day out, the hands get sore. Your third and fourth at bats of a game are give up at bats. We don't have any evidence of this, but I would wager that more lazy fly balls the other way are hit by catchers in their third and fourth at bats, because they don't have the strength in their hands because of catching good pitching staffs. And the better the staff, the worse a catcher should hit, but not with Molina. It's amazing.
And you think about Yadi's catching guys coming out of this bullpen that are throwing 95, 96 if you trust the guns.
Right.
There's a fly ball into shallow right. What you talking about? Herrera makes the catch. Tim, you'll find that our staff in the truck, second to none. Sox, also known as Harry. The Hyundai replay. In the home half of the first, top of the second rolls in. Tim McCarver, Dan McLaughlin on Fox Sports Midwest. And Aramis Ramirez, the cleanup man of the Brewers, leads things off. And Tim had to remind me, I do just about every game, and you're reminding me of this home run and what happened this night.
I just remember that Michael Wacha came in, his only appearance thus far against the Brewers. He blew a save and then got the win in the game.
That's baseball.
That is the way it goes sometimes. But the only at bat by Ramirez, a home run off Michael.
The first pitch is hit out of play. When you see Wacha, is there a guy that comes to mind over the years that he reminds you of?
I don't see too many young pitchers come up to the big leagues with fastball changeup. Usually it's fastball slider, fastball curveball, mix in a changeup. But Michael Wacha was one of the best right-handed changeups that I've ever seen. And the reason I say right-handed, it's more unusual for right-handers to throw it than left-handers for whatever reason.
He's throwing mid-90s. Then he mixes in the changeup, a curveball that's really developed. Working on the cutter as well. Ooh, doesn't get the call on the outside corner. Evens it up at 2-2. Derek Lilliquist has talked about that changeup and has said it's almost like a screwball. It's that good, which I found to be incredibly interesting as he walks Ramirez.
And that's a great at bat by Ramirez. I mean, 0-2, then two close pitches. Wacha didn't get the call. The changeup was low, and then the 3-2 pitch just got totally out of his hand.
Let's turn to Tim's Toyota keys to the game.
pretty simple for the Cardinals thus far. Continue their stingy pitching and realize the hits will come. It has been a rough month offensively, but they're still two games over 500. Therein lies their solace.
Here's Chris Davis. That pitch is a strike. One of the byproducts of the Braun suspension last year was the fact that the Brewers had a chance to look at young players, and one of them that emerged because of all that playing time is Chris Davis.
That's a great point. Otherwise, the Brewers may not have given Davis as good a look. He might not be up starting tonight.
And they like him so much defensively, they moved Braun to right field. Again, Braun is dealing with an oblique. They're not sure if or when he'll play in this series. That's fouled back, 1-2. You looked at 3 and 4 in this lineup last year for Ron Renneke. And Braun and Ramirez were in there just over 25 times the entire season. So they were shorthanded with injuries, the suspension. Their pitching wasn't near as good as it's been so far in this first month. The 1-2. Third strikeout for Michael Wacha.
3 fastballs and a changeup, and he gets Chris Davis on that tight up and in fastball.
Brings in Mark Reynolds. A lot of strikeouts, a lot of power. 5 home runs already this year. He's driven in 8, batting just .215.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's talking about how the Brewers are such a surprise in April. Here's a team that won 96 games 3 years ago. Ron Renneke's first year.
You buying? Are they that good this year?
Their pitching is much better than anybody thought. Matt Garza goes on Wednesday. Kyle Loesch tomorrow night. Their pitchers, their starters, like the Cardinals, have done the job so far this year.
1 ball and 1 strike.
I'm not sure about their offense, though. I mean, Matthew Lucroy led the Brewers in RBIs last year with 82. It's not a good number.
You look at the rotation. I'm not sure they have a true number 1. St. Louis has got a number 1 in Adam Wainwright. But if you look at the rotation as a whole,
with Garza,
absolutely
right. Garza and Gallardo about the same.
Yeah,
that's yeah.
And you start looking at their 3, their 4, and their 5 matched up with other teams 3, 4, and 5, and that's where they have an advantage. The 1-2, that swung on and missed. 4 strikeouts early on for Michael Wacha.
Here's a typical inning for Michael Wacha. Nobody's put the ball in play. He walked the first hitter, 2 strikeouts.
Another gorgeous night for baseball. Expecting over 40,000, which will be the 10th consecutive game with over 40,000. To start this season, Jeff Bianchi is at the plate, and there's strike 1. This time last year, Michael Wacha is in the minor leagues. Becomes a postseason hero and really an anchor of this rotation at the age of 22.
First start May 30th of last year. First of 15 starts for Michael Wacha. That's pretty impressive when you consider that not only did he pitch in the League Championship Series against the Dodgers, but both wins came against Clayton Kershaw, one of the best pitchers in the game.
The 0-1. Popped up to the right side. Long way to come for Alan Craig. Ellis is out, and it's Ellis, the second baseman and the veteran, who was with the Dodgers last year, that makes the play. The Brewers strand a runner. Wacha has struck out 4 so far. Midway through 2. Birds on top. Diamondbacks will be in town. It is Chuck Berry night. That's right, Chuck Berry night here at the ballpark.
Oh, that's great.
Tim has already purchased his special theme ticket for that night, so he's got his own Chuck Berry bobblehead. It's coming your way, my man.
I'm staying over. And brown-eyed handsome man, rounding third, heading for home. He was a brown-eyed handsome man.
Now you have some CDs out, right?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Well, they've been out, and but there's still plenty left. Let's put it that way.
Here's Alan Craig. Craig chops it left side. Gary Mueller is our official scorer tonight. He is sitting high atop Busch Stadium up in the press box. It's a live look at Gary. And when a no-hitter's going on, you can feel the pressure around Gary. Almost had one a year ago with Michael Walker. Here's the 0-2 to Craig. What are you seeing with Alan Craig? And if you think about the struggles of the Cardinals offense, you think of the big names, and he's one of them, only hitting 177.
Well, it's hard to explain away. I mean, he's 182 with runners in scoring position. All the numbers are down. But he, more than any other Cardinal, from what I've seen, has hit the ball hard right at guys. He needs to. It's amazing what can happen when you break a bat and find a hole, loop one over a second baseman or a shortstop. It's amazing what that does for your confidence. It makes no sense because you're actually not hitting the ball on the barrel of the bat. But what it does for the brain is immeasurable.
Strikeout on the outside corner. And the first strikeout for Gallardo. Hits a spot.
Or does he ever hit the spot? Right there.
Johnny Peralta, 6 home runs, 12 RBIs, hitting 195. And 2 home runs yesterday. Been 10 games in which the Cardinals had not hit a home run. And Peralta knocked out 2. Chops this left side. Ramirez gloves, slings it over to first, 2 away. Time now for you to tweet your photo using the hashtag STLFanPhoto. And we'll show one of those photos later in our telecast. You know, back in 1959 when you signed, there was the AT fan photo of the game too.
AT&T was around in those days, right?
Good to have Tim McCarver back with us. And 1959, signed with St. Louis, part of those great teams that won championships in the 60s. And has joined our Fox Sports Midwest family and the Cardinal family. And a strike at the knees to Mark Ellis. I saw you having a long conversation with your former coach and your former manager, Red Shandy's, before the game.
It was wonderful.
Out to center. And Gomez makes the play. The Cardinals go in order, 1, 2, 3. And after 2, St. Louis leads it 1-0. And 1-0 St. Louis. But an RBI by Matt Holliday, his 15th. That was back in the first. Moments ago, Tim McCarver recognized to the home folks, the big board here at the ballpark, standing ovation. Nice to have you back.
Well, at least a sitting ovation.
No.
That's very nice.
I would assume as Herrera digs in, there's got to be so many memories for you today. Coming to the ballpark, seeing old friends, and it's different when you're working on a home telecast as opposed to a national broadcast. And I'm sure the memories are just flooding you right now.
Well, I think it's safe to say as Michael Wacha has pitched in front of a lot of national telecasts, but you're not detached when you're doing a network game. You're trying to be as fair as you can be. But all of a sudden what I've found is there is an attachment. I'm not a homer. I'm not this, that. I'm not going to say we here, we there. But I can't deny that there is not an attachment.
Good for you. 21 seasons. 12 with St. Louis, two-time All-Star, great year in '67. World Championship seasons for Tim McCarver. The pitch taken low and in by Gallardo, and I mentioned before the final out by Ellis, you were talking to our friend Red Shandies.
I'll tell you, Randall Grichuk would have been very proud to hear what Red Shandies had to say about him today. I mean, talk about lauding a hitter. Red Shandies compared the ball off the bat that he saw in spring training with Ralph Kiner, who led the league in home runs, the National League in home runs 7 straight years, and just passed in January. And I said, Red, that is high praise. But Randall Grichuk, the ball jumps off like Ralph Kiner.
That's saying something.
Oh my gosh.
How many years did you and Kiner do games?
16.
You didn't have any fun with him, did you?
What a wonderful man. My gosh. Wonderful player. Number retired for the Pirates, number 4. And just a terrific guy to work with. This is our first of 16, right?
That's right. You got it. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Gallardo. Not known for his bat, and trying to get the sacrifice down and advance Herrera. Tim was telling us earlier that he has a scorecard from Game 6 in which Michael Wacha made the start for the Cardinals, and we've talked about it. He is a pitcher that has changed from that fall classic. More is in his arsenal as Adams makes the play, and back to the bag goes Herrera. So what did you have then?
Well, before that, I think you drop that ball, you get a double play. If he drops the ball, the runner's in front of him. There are a lot of ways to do that, but on a pop-up like that, you do have time to think. If you drop the ball, you could throw to first, second baseman covering, get the one out there. Of course, that second baseman, the last time Michael Wacha started, was Matt Carpenter, and tonight is at third. And some of the random notes I had about Wacha are different than the notes I had tonight, I'll tell you. That was Game 6 of the World Series last year. Michael lost that game to the Red Sox world champions. And here he is back at him again tonight.
Carlos Gomez at the plate. Gomez pops it up behind home plate. I wanted to ask you this, so I've got you in the hot seat, so I get to ask you. Gomez has a little flair for the dramatic, as we saw the other day in Pittsburgh, on a ball that did not leave the park. Stood, watched, eventually made it to third. Garrett Cole was the pitcher that day, unhappy about it.
Saw many clips of it.
You mentioned you talked to Bob Gibson an awful lot. How would you and Bob Gibson have handled a situation like that?
I don't think I would have had anything to do with it, because I wouldn't have. But that was the way it was done back then. The game's changed so much, Dan. And, you know, I think there are a lot of people that are unsure right now whether it's Carlos Gomez's passion or whether he's a hot dog or whether he's unbridled or a combination of everything.
That's a good point. 4-6-3 on the double play off the bat of Gomez. The executive director of Variety, the children's charity of St. Louis, and she joins us for this half inning. And always good to see you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
You know, you probably didn't realize the best part of it is that you bring emos.
Here we are, Emos Pizza.
We really like you, but you bring the emos, so
oh, I know.
That makes us happy. But Emos is helping you out to help kids. Explain what's happening.
Well, Emos Day for kids is Wednesday. Emos for Kids Day. And 10% of all 95 emos, their proceeds will go to Variety's kids. Their families are challenged with the physical and mental disabilities that the kids live with, and this is how we help them. And Emos has been there for us for so many years, now working on $1.4 million totally having given to this project.
That's amazing. How many kids are you helping every single year? Do you have a number?
Yeah, every year it's 14,500 kids and growing. So things like Emos for Kids Day is really important to Variety Week. You know, this week that we have once a year where everybody in the community helps out. So we're hoping you'll eat your pizzas on Wednesday.
That's Wednesday, April 30th, Emos for Kids Day. And again, 10% of all proceeds from that day will go to Variety, the children's charity of St. Louis. Now, this is a week-long celebration, so to speak, of awareness and hopefully raising a lot of money. Tell us about the entire week as we get a look at Matt Carpenter.
Yeah, the entire week. We've already started off on Saturday with the Runway Lights fashion show. Yesterday, one of our great Variety kids threw out the first pitch. Drew had a great time, and we had 25 families here. So, you know, day by day we go, and there's something going on each day. Tuesday, tomorrow, we'll be at Fox 2 KPLR with the help of Variety Kid Call-a-thon, manned by Edward Jones employees manning the phones and taking donations for kids. Then Emos for Kids. And, you know, Emos for Kids Day this year is really special. This is their 50th anniversary.
Wow.
So we're very excited about that. Thursday night we'll be at the pageant with Nicholas David headlining that event from The Voice. A big show there for that Young Variety is putting on. And then finally Saturday, the big grand finale with Harry Connick Jr. at the Peabody Opera House.
Is that sold out?
There are still some tickets left, but it has sold faster than anything we've ever done.
Harry Connick Jr., and that'll be Saturday at the Peabody Opera House. This is chopped off the bat of Carpenter. And just like that, there's quickly 2 outs. Emos, by the way, that is Wednesday. They have donated over $1.2 million to Variety, which is wonderful. And again, if you'd like to get tickets, 314-453-0453, 453-0453, or to donate as well.
Right, and the tickets for the pageant and for Harry Connick Jr. is Ticketmaster. Just go to Ticketmaster.com, get the tickets, and show up. They're $25 for the pageant and $95 for the Harry Connick show.
And you can also go to VarietySTL.org. And this is John Jay with 2 outs. Well, Jan, as always, thank you for stopping in. Good luck with the event. Raise hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars for these kids and families that need it.
Thank you so much.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Thank you so
Alrighty.
much. Jan Albus from Variety, and that pitch is taken outside. 2 balls and no strikes on John Jay. Lined out to center, first time up. Fights it off. Little floater out to shallow left, and the catch is made by Bianchi. Tim will rejoin us as we move to the 4th. Midwest is brought to you by AT, mobilizing your world, and by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer for 75 years. World Series trophies displayed. The Champions Club here at the ballpark. Tim has rejoined us, and away we go. Scooter Gennett leads it off against Michael Wacha, and that's strike 1. Just joining us, the Cardinals lead it. RBI base hit back in the first by Matt Holliday, his 15th RBI this year. And quickly it's no balls and 2 strikes. Tim McCarver, Jim Hayes, Dan McLaughlin with you. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Scooter Gennett struck out swinging, first time up back in the first. Wacha has walked 1, struck out 4, and allowed just 1 base hit. Time is awarded late.
I was just going to say, one of the impressive things about Michael Wacha, along with his stuff, is his rhythm, his cadence, the way he wants the ball to throw it. He's not a young pitcher that takes the ball, walks around the mound, then gets back on the rubber. It's give me the ball, I want to throw it, and the reason he wants to throw it is because he thinks he can be successful, and that's what you want in young pitchers.
1 ball and 2 strikes. He has pounded that portion of the plate. A couple of times he got the call. More times than not, he has not. The 2-2. Slowly hit up the middle. Peralta bobbled it. Not in time.
Yeah, the bobble cost Johnny. We'll see whether it's going to be an error or a hit. It is a base hit. Johnny Peralta is, when you think about it now, I mean, you know, he's a hitter that's playing shortstop. He doesn't have a lot of range. He'll make the routine plays on balls that are hit to him. Very sure-handed, but limited range. And Jeanette, a fast runner, so that combination puts Jeanette at first base.
Now Jonathan Lucroy, we were talking before the game, very much unheralded throughout Major League Baseball. You know, Molina, Mauer, Buster Posey, they get the headlines of players that play this position. But Jonathan Lucroy is an outstanding player.
He really is. We said earlier he led the Brewers in RBIs. How many catchers do that? Ever.
Cardinals have turned one double play, 1 ball and 1 strike. Mentioned the pace that Michael Wacha pitches at, one of the fastest workers on the staff and in baseball. That's lifted down the right field line and out of play. You can see it looks like a conscious effort being made by the Brewers to step out, slow him up.
Yeah, that's a good point. And something, if I were the Brewers, I'd do that too. Talked about the cadence. That's so important, the rhythm of a pitcher and a catcher. You can almost feel it. We talked about Chuck Berry. It's Chuck Berry-like.
I never thought I'd hear Tim McCarver tell me it's Chuck Berry-like between the pitcher and the catcher, but I like it. You know, Chuck is still playing, by the way.
Oh, unbelievable. From St. Louis. Got to be 87, 88 years young. Yeah. Just remarkable. From Maybelline to others.
You got it.
On the earlier pickoff attempt, runners, guys with speed, and Jeanette certainly has speed, going to the outside part of the bag. It makes the tag, once the first baseman catches it, particularly a right-handed throwing first baseman, makes the tag longer. That's why they go to the outside.
One-two pitch. We'll do it again. Wacha at 47 pitches. Talked about the wind that was a factor at Citi Field in the previous start. Travis d'Arnaud, the catcher of the Mets, said the next day it was very difficult on him even to get in a catcher's position. This could be 2. Carpenter quickly to second. The turn and the scoop at first. It's a double play.
Great turn by Ellis. My gosh. Jeanette doing his job, bearing down on Mark Ellis. And because the ball wasn't hit that hard, Jeanette had a chance to gain ground. Carpenter doing what he can, but watch Jeanette. Good play by Adams on the back end. Very nicely done.
Hyundai replay. Jeanette going into the Cardinals middle infielder Mark Ellis.
I'll tell you, on plays like that, I am amazed that more second basemen are not injured. They come across the bag and the good base runners go to where they think they're going to be.
Here's Aramis Ramirez. It's one of the reasons why baseball changed that rule too, with taking it out of the glove.
Yep. And that rule changed back to its original rule. And I think they did the right thing. I think Joe Torre, Tony La Russa, Commissioner Bud Selig did it right after doing it wrong.
5 strikeouts for Wacha tonight. game, and it's only on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. You can pick it up at foxsports1.com. Tim McCarver, Dan McLaughlin, Jim Hayes with you from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Are you a fan of what we've seen with replay so far? You're talking about the transfer rule at second base, and then
I was never a fan of that change.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was right early in the season, and Major League Baseball, as we said, they've changed that.
Holiday breaks his bat out to center, and Gomez is there. One pitch and one out.
I think baseball has made more headway in a short period of time than I thought was possible. I think they need to speed it up. That's the major problem I have. You know, baseball has been criticized unjustly, in my view, about being too long a game. Obviously, American League games are much longer because of the DH. Pitcher doesn't hit. National League pace is much greater. But I think they need to speed it up. And you know what? They are. We're in a society now that wants everything right now. It's instant. They want to change right now. They want it done right. And we're much the same. We're part of a society, and we want the same thing. You buy something new, you want it operating correctly and done immediately. You don't want to have any problems with it. But baseball's making the strides that I think are admirable.
2 balls and no strikes here on Adams. The shift is on here for Matt. Joe Torre and Tony La Russa, as you see there on the outfield wall, with all the Hall of Famers. John Sherholtz. But Bud Selig has said it's their baby, so to speak. And Tony has been clear. It's a 3-year process. We're going to have some kinks along the way that we need to iron out as Adams hits it out of play. Yeah,
Dan, I mean, it's unrealistic to think the thing in 4 weeks is going to be perfected.
And in 4 weeks, Tim, it's gone from about 2:36 average time of replay to starting tonight. It's been down to 2:04. So it is getting better. I didn't know that.
Is that right?
Yeah, it is getting better. Here's a 2-2. Cardinals have had just a couple of instances in which Mike Matheny is challenged, and it's on the low end of the spectrum in terms of how many teams have had double figures. The Cubs are one of those teams that have challenged an awful lot. The National League Central. Brewers around 8 or 9. As Adams again hits it out of play.
You know, just thinking about that, it would almost be contrary to the personality of Mike Matheny for him not to be the last guy to challenge or be on the, you know, because he is studious and he's very pensive. All of those things that make a man more deliberate. And, I mean, it makes sense for him to be in that category.
Here's a 3-2. Adams pulls it to the right side, taken there by Reynolds, flips to Gallardo for out number 2. Cardinals score 6. Get any size coffee, fountain, or frozen drink for just 50 cents the next day. So keep the savings going all season long at your nearest On the Run. In steps Molina. Cardinals have had a run of wonderful catchers, yourself included.
Well, the best one stepping into the box right now.
He's closing in on a Hall of Fame career.
No question about it. And by far the best Cardinal catcher ever. Not as good a hitter as Ted Simmons now. Don't get me wrong. Ted Simmons in 1973, I returned to the Cardinals. Ted Simmons hit more balls hard than any player I have ever seen during one season. Ever. In over 600 at bats, he had to have 390 balls hit right on the button. We talked about Alan Craig earlier hitting into some tough luck. I've never seen a hitter who hit into more tough luck than Ted Simmons did that year.
I have said it for years. I believe Ted Simmons is a Hall of Famer.
I do too.
You look at his numbers compared to others that played the position. He played in an era of Cardinals baseball. And there's a base hit for Molina that did not have winners. And he played St. Louis. You're not playing in a major market, so that goes against him.
Not only that, I think even the Hall of Fame tries to equate catchers' numbers with every other position. You just can't do it.
Molina most hits against the Brewers since 11. John Jay on that list, Matt Holliday, the reigning MVP, McCutchen, Starlin Castro had a couple of home runs over the weekend. The Cubs shortstop at 61, just behind Yachty. Alan Craig was called out on strikes. First time up. One to nothing Cardinals and an RBI by Matt Holliday back in the first. That drops in there for strike one. They've talked about Gallardo and his delivery to the plate. The front leg extending further towards home. They've tried to expand that. They noticed on film that his back leg was coming up for an odd reason. And they felt by
last year,
extending that stride towards the plate, there would be an emphasis on pushing off of the back foot, therefore keeping pitches lower. And it also kept him from opening up as well.
It would be similar to a hitter, because hitting and pitching are the same thing. It's the same approach with the front shoulder. And a hitter, the two things about hitting is weight and have good pitch selection. Weight. And when hitters rush, they get in trouble. Same with pitchers. Stay back. You hear that term, those two words in baseball. They're similar for pitching or hitting. Stay back.
0-2 the count on Craig. Short lead at first by Molina. They get him to reach. Slowly hit. Ramirez bare hands. No play. You said earlier sometimes you need that broken bat or swinging bunt. Craig just got it.
Yeah. It's amazing what little things like this do for your confidence. It's not just one of those sayings in baseball that have no definitive origin and you don't know who came up with it to begin with. But it is weird how that happens, that a hit like this could be the thing that gets Craig going.
Runners at first and second. Johnny Peralta grounded out to third, first time up. You did a number of his games, Peralta, when he was in the American League, in postseason play with the Tigers. Our fans clearly haven't had a chance to see it on display all that much. There's been signs of it, of a great hitter, but as you talked about, Cardinals have a hitter playing shortstop. This guy can flat out hit.
Jim Leyland, the manager of the Detroit Tigers last year, that's the reason he played him in left field during the league championship series against the Boston Red Sox. Jim telling us before those games that this guy is a professional hitter. It's easy for me to put him in left field. I know he's not going to be the greatest left fielder in the world out there, but this guy can hit.
And Iglesias, their shortstop this year, has dealt with shin issues.
Yeah, that's right.
They're not sure exactly what direction to go into.
He may be out for the year.
That's right. The view from Ballpark Village. Gallardo at 57 pitches. 1-0 St. Louis. 2 balls and no strikes on Johnny Peralta.
The last time I saw that area where Ballpark Village is right now, there was a vacant lot there.
Some things have changed around
earlier
here.
in the year. I'll say they've changed for the better. It's beautiful.
It's really neat. They've done a wonderful job, and it's become a place for fans to go before and after the games, obviously, but it's open all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It took a while now, okay?
Oh, yeah.
It didn't happen fast. It went up fast, but it took a while to get to that point.
And always have quick games.
The 2-1 pitch. Peralta chops it off the plate. Ramirez can step on the bag. And an easy third out. So the Cardinals strand 2. They've stranded 3 tonight. 1-0. Redbirds on top. West welcomes the 35th annual Billiken Golf Classic. May 5th in Norwood Hills. Show your support of Billiken Athletics. Register a foursome, and you can do that now at slewbillikens.com. It's Chris Davis, Mark Reynolds, and Jeff Bianchi. Fifth inning rolls in, and a cutter is taken low.
Take two right-handed hitters like Ryan Braun and Gene Segura out of the lineup. It makes this Brewer lineup totally different.
Ryan Braun has had a couple of games that he's flat out just carried the team. He had a 3-home run night in Philly. He had a couple of very good games against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That was on the road, and Milwaukee has played so well on the road to start this year. They are 9-1 away from Miller Park. Good breaking ball.
It's one of the freakish injuries that I've heard about in a long, long time. Seen the video several times, and just odd.
And lucky it wasn't more serious.
Oh, really?
Late with that swing, 95 miles an hour. The strikeout, that's number 6 for Michael Wacha. So when Ryan Braun is in the hole, not on deck, but in the hole, this is something that he does every single game. And this time he caught Gene Segura.
And you know, Segura had been hitting 8, and Ron Renicky had moved him into the number 2 hole that day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hitting behind Ryan Braun. And just one of the quirky things, and a tough break for a good-looking young shortstop. And we're just glad he's okay. There was no concussion. Lacerated under the right eye.
Right eye.
Right eye.
Here's a ground ball, and that's past Adams. Off the bat of Reynolds, a shift was on. And it's one of those shifts that you don't normally see. A lot of times it's with the big left-handed power hitters, but this time it's for Mark Reynolds, who hits from the other side of the plate.
Yeah, number one, it's against a right-hander. So 3 Cardinal infielders on the left side. Matt Adams on the right. And you don't know whether Mark Reynolds was trying to do that. Doubtful, but he did it.
And it worked. For the Milwaukee Brewers, just 3 hits. Here's Bianchi filling in for the aforementioned Segura. And he hits a fly ball into right. Craig is over on the track and makes the catch. Tagging up Reynolds in a heads-up play.
Terrific base running by Mark Reynolds. Realizing, I mean, if you watch Major League Baseball games, how many outfielders do you see drop balls? If they can get to it, 99.9% of the time they catch it. So Reynolds taking advantage of the fact that Craig's going toward the line, is not a strong arm anyway. And by the time Allen gathered himself, Reynolds is easily in the second base.
Where do you stand on this? And a lot of people don't like the idea of walking the 8th place hitter to get to Gallardo with 2 outs. And the idea being that you get the 8th place hitter, he's in the 8th place for a reason. He has singled to left.
1-run lead, I wouldn't do that.
Some believe you do, some say.
I see merit in doing it, but in this, it depends on the hitter, and it depends on who the hitter is behind him. I mean, Gallardo's got 12 lifetime home runs.
Correct.
So.
Saw Yachty took the mask off right before he stepped into the batter's box. Herrera looking in as if to say, okay, what do we want to do here? And here's the 0-1 pitch in the dirt.
You know, earlier we talked about Bryce Harper and how 3 Washington Nationals are on the disabled list with hand injuries. And, you know, I'm not one to preach to youngsters, but do not slide head first, period. For any reason, don't do it.
See it at first base all the time, too.
Oh, and first base is worse.
Yeah.
It's epidemic in baseball. Guys think that they get there quicker, and guys who know better have been preaching that for a long time. Not that I know better, but I did it a couple of times. Nothing but damage. And love the fact that that runners would come in head first when you were catching. Loved it. Steaks tartare. Fingers tartare. There's Lou Brock, who never did anything head first. Hall of Famer.
The 2-2. Just missed. Slid in hard, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you can see the bag go up.
That's right.
You know what kind of damage it does to the hands. I mean, those are your business partners. Take care of them.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Outfield is very shallow on the inside corner, and a strikeout for Michael Wacha. That's 7 tonight. So he gets the 8th place hitter. The strikeout for Wacha. 1-0 St. Louis. SLN against Kyle Loesch. Those two were teammates, part of the 11 championship team. What's on Tap is brought to you by Budweiser. Download the new McD app for great deals sent directly to your smartphone. Right now, get a large free sandwich with any purchase just for downloading. Cardinals have Ellis to lead it off, the 8th place hitter. Then Michael Wacha and Matt Carpenter. The St. Louis lead thanks to Holiday with an RBI back in the first. Ellis has turned a couple of nifty double plays. That's bailed out Michael Wacha, who's pitched quite well this far. Up the middle, base hit. Ellis needed that.
That's that knock up the middle we were talking about earlier that's been taken away by shifts. Obviously, you're not going to shift on Mark Ellis because he's a straightaway hitter. But now Michael Wacha will have a chance to get him over.
We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, along with the Hall of Famer Tim McCarver. Dan McLaughlin with you, Jim Hayes as well. And great to have Tim back in the family. So Michael Wacha asked to potentially sacrifice here. He can handle the bat just a bit, as Ramirez is way in at third. Ellis better get back, and he is out. Slipped going back, then crawling to first base, and then tagged out.
That's a good play by Scooter Gennett. We talked earlier about how hard he went into Mark Ellis on that double play. Well, covering first base, you think about it, that's a 2-4 put out. First baseman charging all the way, and because Ellis slips, Gennett sneaks in behind him, then ends up in front of him to make the tag. Good play.
Here's the 0-1 to Wacha. Hit to second. Scooter Gennett, 2 down. Randall Grichuk, for fans that are just tuning in, was called up today. Shane Robinson sent down. Colton Wong was sent down. Greg Garcia, who was his college double play partner at Hawaii, Colton Wong's. Greg Garcia was brought up. There's Grichuk there. As Matt Carpenter digs in for the 3rd time tonight. Doubled and scored back in the 1st and grounded out. Was half kidding, saying, well, what's going through the minds of these guys that just get called up? Excitement, nervousness. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Thinking about that potential first plate appearance.
Yeah, I mean, you feel imperial in some ways. That's not the right word. You feel superior in some ways. That's not the right word.
Well, what's the right word?
I don't know. For a man who's supposed to have the right word, I don't know what it is. But, you know, I mean, youth and being anxious to get in the ball game, I mean, it's so exciting. And then when you get in the ball game, you've got to be able to control everything like you did in the minor leagues, and that's why you're up. But it's one of the great charming things about a charming game.
There it is. Robinson and Wong sent down to AAA. Garcia and Grichuk called up.
Some things for which there are just no words.
I understand. Now that's hard to imagine. I understand you because you don't have the right word for it. I get it. I'm with you.
Nobody else does, but you do.
Here's a 1-2. I had Garcia with me on the Caravan. We got to get you on a Caravan this year. I'm going to sign you up. You don't know it yet,
for
but
that?
You need to come on one of those.
I've done those. You go to Memphis?
Yeah, we go to Memphis.
All right. I could go to maybe a 1/6 of a Caravan.
Oh, no.
Perhaps.
We want you on the whole thing. You can be the MC, everything.
Bus rides again?
You got it. Garcia is with me on my tour throughout the Midwest. You talk about a likable guy that is just excited, understands the history of the Cardinals organization, which is always great to hear a young player have an understanding of the players that played before him. His family has been in baseball for years. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Matt Carpenter. And he draws a walk.
And it might be the first time in the history of the game that an alum of the University of Hawaii is called up and having an alum from the University of Hawaii sent down.
I would think it has to be because
that's pretty easy, I think.
Yeah, if memory serves correct, I think there's only either 16 or 17 guys that have made it to the major leagues, position
is that right?
players.
From the University of Hawaii.
Correct.
Colton Wong, a center fielder when Greg Garcia was a middle infielder at Hawaii.
And a strike to John Jay, who is 0 for 2. Grichuk, you mentioned it earlier, the high praise from the Hall of Famer Red Shandies, and we saw it on display, his power in spring training games. So Cardinals looking to shake things up a bit. Grichuk gets the call up, and Garcia. It's also trying to get other guys straight too and get them at bats. And Shane Robinson, who is hitting around 100, and Colton Wong, Cardinals really felt his swing had gotten a little long, so go down to the minor leagues and work on it. But as you know, Tim, you always get concerned when you send down a guy that had a chance to win the job and did, coming out of spring training, and a young player, you send him back down. You
Colton, sure.
You hope they respond, and it's not a negative. That's part of the game.
That's part of the game. It's a problem, too, getting young players at bats. You can only play 8 guys behind the pitcher. That's why it's remarkable, the job and the jobs that Tony Cruz has done behind Yadier Molina because he's behind the best catcher in baseball. You're not going to get that many at-bats.
Up the middle, a diving stop, a flip to second, and they got him. What a play. Bianchi to Jeanette for the force in the final out here in the 5th.
Wow.
That's not Gene Segura.
That's a big league play right there.
Sensational play to end the 5th. 1-0 Cardinals. And thus far, he has struck out 7.
Yeah, the Cardinals have been involved in 3 1-0 games. Of the 14 1-0 games that have been finals here in April. And they're locked up in another one tonight.
And a strike at the knees to Gallardo. Apparently she was born back in the 1st. Tough play here. Carpenter gloves, and he got him. No! Safe is the call, and we may have an argument. Now, this is what I love. Mike Matheny will go out. He's got his number 22, the back of the jersey to the back of the dugout. Now, slowly, he'll make a turn. And at that point, he looks in. Someone's on a phone.
Biding time, right?
Now we turn. Okay, there's Mike Eldreddy. Yep, go ahead and challenge. He said, all right, we're going to challenge.
I didn't think he had him. I thought he was safe. You know, it was amazing how long it took Gallardo to get to first base. That doesn't show it right there. This perhaps will. He was out. You're right. Foot coming down. Watch the right foot. Yeah, he was out.
I agree.
I wasn't as sure that second time as I was the first
Isn't
time.
it funny how when we watch these replays, I'm the same way.
It
I
is.
go back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Now, what's interesting about this is that the baseball, and this was, again, a couple of days ago when Major League Baseball talked about the transfer rule, they talk about when the ball is actually an out in the glove. It's got to hit the back of the glove. However, from certain camera angles, you can't tell that. It's very difficult to see.
Well, that would be the camera angle that would be the fairest to look at this replay. And again, I think what happened, Gallardo is not a fast runner, but he's faster than that. I think it was a fastball inside, and that prevented him from getting out of the box in a hurry and gave Carpenter that extra split second, which could amount to changing it for the Cardinals. We'll see.
The Cardinals rarely do this so far. They have not had many challenges, just a couple. What happens is both teams now have video rooms, as you well know, Tim, and had to be fair when, say, in this instance, Milwaukee goes on the road to have the same camera angles as the Cardinals. Mike Aldretti, the bench coach, gets word from the video team of the Cardinals. And safe is the call.
Wow. I called him safe initially. Then I agreed with you. I thought you were right because I thought the foot had yet to touch the bag from that angle before the ball was in the glove. But umpires didn't see it that way. And once again, the Brewers have their leadoff man on. One more look. I still thought he was out.
I did too. So the Cardinals lose their challenge. And here's Carlos Gomez. It's a foul and out of play.
For the last 5 innings, the Brewers have had their leadoff man on base. And how many times do you see that when a team's being shut out? You might see it in a 6-5 game, but not in a 1-0 game.
The Cardinals have been able to turn a double play tonight. Back in the third, again in the fourth. Gomez pulls it foul. They pulled that double play on Gomez. 4-6-3 back in the third. You get it with him, though, it's got to be a hard hit ball. And now Matt Carpenter, the third baseman, backing up with 2 strikes. The changeup in the dirt. 1-2. Don't have those old-fashioned arguments anymore because of replay. Al was talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. I think Al was right.
The 1-2, foul back. How about these cuts with 2 strikes from your leadoff man? He's about ready to come out of his shoes. It's a 2-strike swing. And I'll say it again, a leadoff man. Ooh, he's hit by the pitch. Ball that was up and in on 1-2. Trying to see if he swung on that pitch.
Because had he swung and the ball hit him, it's a 3rd strike. But evidently, home plate umpire Toby Bassner checked with DJ Reynolds, said that he did not go around. He said on the, boy, it looked like that's a weird replay because it looked to me like the ball hit the bat and then his arm.
I'm with you.
Now you have a bunt situation. We'll see if the Cardinals are going to employ the wheel where the first and third baseman come in. Johnny Peralta at short goes to third. It's good to do it with the pitcher running at second base because he's not a fast runner.
Scooter Gennett. Throw down to second. Oh, almost got him. Just a rocket from Molina to try to get Gallardo diving in head first and now shaking his hand.
I'll tell you, it shows you the subtleties of the game. The Brewers with runners on at first and second after 2 guys hit a ball a total of 45 feet. And that was by Gallardo, and now the snap throw by Molina. Diving back just in time, but that may serve the purpose of keeping him close to second base so that you can get the force at third.
Gallardo is still shaking that hand as he was diving into the bag at second base. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Popped up. Infield fly is called. Ellis makes the catch. That's a big out there.
Well, the Cardinals were fortunate because here's a guy who can punch the ball through on the left side, and Peralta covering second. So instead of stepping off, Waka delivered the ball home. The whole left side of the infield was open. But fortunately for the Cardinals, the pop-up infield fly rule in effect, and they get their first out in a weird way. These have been 3 interesting hitters right here.
I would say that too.
Man.
Lucroy is grounded out. Bounced into a double play. Walker would love the third double play. This is where you don't have Segura, you don't have Braun, and that's glaring in this lineup, not having those two. Shallow center. John Jay, 2 down. Coming up on Friday, May 16th, 25,000 fans ages 16 and older take home a 6.5-inch tall replica of the 2013 National League Championship trophy. Cardinals take on the Braves at night, and it's presented by Ameren, Missouri. Cardinals.com/promotions to get your tickets. RBI spot, you've got Aramis Ramirez, who has 18 RBIs among the league leaders. And he looks at strike one. He has walked and struck out swinging back in the fourth.
Molina out to talk to Walker now. The one thing, you look at the outfield right here, not only are they straight away, but they're deep. And that comes into play because you have a pitcher running at second base. On a hard hit ball to the outfield, they don't have a chance because they must respect the power of Ramirez. Gallardo at second base.
Most RBIs against St. Louis since 2004.
Yeah.
And Ramirez, member of the Cubs, was outstanding against the Cardinals, and that is carried over to Milwaukee. Essentially, Tim, he's played a full season plus against the Cardinals, and if he had that for 15 years, he'd be in Cooperstown. 0-2.
That was his pitch. If he goes down in this at bat, he'll look back on that 0-1 pitch as the pitch to hit.
If you're Walker, what do you come with here?
Something out of the strike zone. Twice. 0-2, 0-1. It's not so much pitch selection as it is pitch location when the count's 0-2. You don't want to see a guy pitch a guy like it's 2-0. I mean, you have room to work. Expand the strike zone.
Two outs, runners in scoring position. Ramirez, big numbers. Here's the 0-2. And that's the type of pitch you're talking about there.
Do it again. The better the hitter, you know, a guy like this, particularly with his numbers with 2 out and a runner in scoring position, you know how anxious he is. That's why he's good at it. Play on that anxiety.
The 1-2 from Michael Walker. And he hits Ramirez. The
Not
pitch
that
up and
way,
in.
though.
No. Goodness. He's hit 2.
I would jump out there and say that that's the first time Michael Walker has hit 2 in an inning in his career. Short-lived. But this fastball riding up and in, breaks of the game. But here again, you have a pitcher with a 45-foot ground ball where he just beats the play, has it challenged. And then Gomez was hit, Ramirez is hit. What an inning.
Bases loaded now with 2 outs. His last start was so odd, too, with the walks.
Yeah, right.
As many as he had in certain innings as Chris Davis digs in. 1 for 15 in this spot this year. He has struck out twice. Little flare down the right field line, slicing foul. Strike 1. That's the one thing you look back at Walker, and sometimes you take a hard look at the numbers of a young pitcher and you see a lack of control. That's usually not the case. Now, it's a small sample size, as you mentioned, with Michael Walker, but his control is pretty darn good. Pitch count at 81. in the 0-1. Now 0-2.
Good changeup. That may have been the changeup with the best motion of the night. Way out in front is Chris Davis.
0-2. Bases loaded for Milwaukee. Strikeout number 8. With runners on, and St. Louis has a lead of 1-0. It's a Gibson-esque type 2 games in terms of strikeouts, nothing else.
Oh, Michael Wacha's just so different in the way he does it, with that fastball changeup again tonight after throwing that bevy of breaking balls last Wednesday and losing against the Mets.
Here is Holiday.
You could see the snap he has on that elbow. It really affects that changeup. Guys are inclined to swing at that.
Out to deep right center field. At the wall, it's gone. Gomez went for it, and it's out of here. Home run, Matt Holliday, his second of the year.
If a hitter hits a ball just out of reach of Carlos Gomez, they have earned a home run, because Gomez is the best at taking home runs away on balls hit like that. None better in the game. He plays deep. That allows him a chance to get near the fence, position himself for the leap, but Holiday just eked it over the webbing.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Adams. Ground ball right side, and taken there by Bianchi. Take a look at how close it was. Awfully close. Oh. on the flip side of that, that was an absolute rocket off the bat of Holiday.
Yeah, and normally, I think you're right, Dan. Normally, on a fly ball, he would have a much better chance to get back, position himself, and catch the ball as it was coming down. That ball came down, but it was beyond the fence when it did. That was a line drive instead of a fly ball.
A nice 3-iron by Holiday.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about 3 irons.
A little rough for you?
I don't want to talk about any irons, period. Unless it's with an ironing board.
I got you. The strike right down the middle to Yadier Molina. 0-2. There's your hit speed, just over 101. We've seen him, Tim, last, I'd say, 4 to 6 games, really driving the ball to right. And it's RBIs now in, I believe, 8 straight.
That's what we talked about it earlier in batting practice, guys trying to position themselves going up the middle. Talking about how it robs some hitters of balls hit up the middle on the ground. But it doesn't when you're as strong as Matt Holliday and you can find the fence when you hit it up the middle.
1-2 pitch. And Yadi hits it out of play. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The Hall of Famer Tim McCarver. First of many games with us this season. Dan McLaughlin, Jim Hayes, and our Fox Sports Midwest crew. 2-0 St. Louis. Both RBIs by Matt Holliday. When you watch Molina in 2006 is a great example. To me, it's when his career really began to take off offensively. Hitting right around 220 that season. Last year, career high 319. You've seen him for many years now. What do you see with the stance, pitch selection? Why has he become the hitter that he is?
Using right field. In the early years, he tried to pull everything. But now at 2 strikes, it's almost like every count is a 2-strike count. He works from the opposite field around, and that's really the appropriate way to hit. You don't work from a pull position and then work to spray the ball the other way. You work hitting the ball the other way, and then you bring it back the other. Swing at the outside pitch is the same as the inside pitch. It's just bat extension.
He's trying to go to right and miss it bad right here.
Clearly with 2 strikes. Now the way to combat that is to pitch him inside, pop him inside. But nationally, and you see right there, 10 hits to right this year. But National League pitchers have so far not come inside with 2 strikes. But that's a way to combat that approach.
Usually you see Mike Matheny on the other side of the steps of the dugout, maybe trying to pick up something here with Gallardo. Gain any edge. The 2-2. That time he goes in, but Yadi fights it off. I also think that Yadi is such a smart player. I mean, he's on a different level when it comes to outthinking the hitter situations or when he's at the plate, that he's also a great guess hitter. If he thinks a pitcher will bust him inside, he'll get it going early and you'll see him yank it out of the park.
It's hard to guess with 2 strikes. That's the problem with that.
Sure. The 2-2. And he got him. So the strikeout, just the second for Gallardo tonight. As promised, Tim could not wait. He is standing up. It's a standing O because he's ready for the AT&T fan photo.
Yes, sir. Book it.
Wes Horn, or at @Horn_Wes. I know you're a big Twitter guy.
Oh, yeah.
I heard you talk about it before.
Well, I mean, I'm not
opposed.
I'm not opposed to it or critical of it. Certainly not. I'm just not one that indulges.
I understand. There's so many things I could say, but I'm just going to leave it at
I know. Save it at least when we have a couple of games under our belt.
I understand. Yeah.
I mean,
when we need the material.
You can't Save it for a 12-1 game.
2-0 the count on Craig. And we'll be at Wrigley Field. You'll be with me tomorrow. And then we head to Wrigley over the weekend.
Wrigley just turned 100 on the 23rd of April. What a glorious past she has had. However,
hold on thought. Deep left center. Gone. Alan Craig with his second of the year.
After the infield hit.
Well, you said it.
No, you know, this is such a zany game at times. I mean, who knows anything? I mean, the more games you see, the less you think you might know. But we were talking about the possibility that what would get Alan Craig started would be an infield hit or a flare to the outfield or something like that. And it's amazing how that goes. Well, he gets an infield hit 50 feet down the third base line, and then he hits a home run the next time up. It's just a stupid game at times.
But you had it
beautifully stupid.
Yeah, it is. It's a beautiful game. And you already had it marked down back in the fourth after that hit. You said, okay, 6th inning home run.
Home run. Of course I did.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
There's a 1-0 Peralta. That's taken high.
You know, it's just that's part of the fun of the game. I mean, players can't explain it. We have all these in-depth interviews after the game, explain yourself and everything. And I don't know if you saw Dustin Pedroia about 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago in a post-game interview on a Sunday night game saying, how do I know what happened? I don't know. Things were going by. The ball was thrown. He went back to tag up, broke off a third, came back. You know, they just happen.
And right before that game, he thought he had the walk-off homer, too.
Yeah, exactly. Ball hit right at the monster.
It was against Baltimore.
Right, against Baltimore. Sunday night game a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
3-0 pitch. A strike to Johnny Peralta. So Gallardo, who's had all kinds of fits with the Cardinals over the years, trailing 3-0 in this game. 2 outs, nobody on. And a 3-1 pitch to the Cardinals shortstop. 3-2. They have a little bit of a shift on here for Peralta as well. Outfield, though, straight away. Jammed him, popped it up. Lucroy throws the mask against the screen. It's out of play.
He gave us the deke, didn't he?
Sure did.
I mean, we were looking right at his mid.
That baby was coming right.
I thought
down in there.
I thought this is out number 3 right there.
Toughest play for a catcher. What is it?
Blocking home with Dave Parker bearing down on you. All right, today it would be
miserable.
Matt Holliday.
Yes.
Might be the hardest slider in the majors.
That's an SEC linebacker coming at you.
Man.
3-2 again to Peralta. Hit out of play. The Brewers 0 for 11 with runners on. They've hit into 2 double plays. They struck out 5 times with runners in scoring position, 0 for 4. And the Cardinals have cashed in on a couple of home runs. Solo shots, one by Craig, the other by Holliday. Matt also has the other RBI. The fly ball into right. Near the line, and the catch is made. As Tim McCarver says, it's a beautiful game. This is back in the 4th. Then in the 6th, get you going.
Get out of here.
3-0 St. Louis after 6. From St. Louis as we move to the top of the 7th. Don't forget about the beverage jug giveaway. 25,000 fans entering with a ticket. That's May 17th. The Cardinals will take on the Braves. May 17th, take home the jug giveaway. Holiday and Craig with solo home runs. And Tim McCarver is with us trying to figure out my scorecard because I keep it unlike anybody else.
Yeah, you do. I've never quite seen a scorecard like that, but I'm sure you're thinking the same thing about mine.
You've got too many words on your. I mean, I can't read that.
Well, neither can I. But in the process of writing it down, there's something connected to memory and printing it down. The flow
right.
from the brain out the fingers.
Right.
All writers will tell you that.
Which we hope sometimes comes out the right way.
Yes. Occasionally it doesn't.
Walker, the strikeout. That's 9. Boy, is he fun to watch.
He really is. And again, it's so important, and not to restate it, but his rhythm is one of the things. His delivery, the way he in and out. It's a very simple selection. There's nothing dramatic, particularly tonight. Only a handful of breaking balls, but fastball, changeup, in and out. Get ahead, realizing that strikes are not the only important thing. Early strikes are the important thing.
Here's Bianchi. Make a great point with Walker. A lot of attention has been paid to the breaking ball, and rightfully so. But his bread and butter has been, so far, the fastball and the changeup. And it's the adjustment from start to start that makes you a winner in this game. And tonight, not as many breaking balls.
A lot of pitching coaches will say, you got to throw strikes, got to throw strikes. But the good ones say, you got to throw early strikes. When you throw early strikes, you get the hammer.
2-2 the count. Bianchi has popped out to second. Flied out to right.
17 of 25 batters tonight. First pitch strikes.
With his kind of stuff, puts that hitter in a corner, and that pitch is in the dirt. So we lost him. 1-out walk. You know, the Cardinals come in with a record over 500, 14-12. What's got them to this point, the BJC Healthcare difference maker, has been their starting staff. And then you look at the starters this year, 167 strikeouts, most in the major leagues.
It would be pure folly for us to sit up here and say that it's been a rosy beginning for the Cardinals, because it hasn't. The offense has been horrible up to this point. They're hitting with runners in scoring position, terrible. But their starting pitching have kept them in games, and once again tonight doing the same thing.
Little check swing and a strike on Herrera, who has singled and struck out looking back in the 5th. And at some point, Jaime Garcia may see him before it's all said and done.
Jason Mott with maybe a rehab next week.
Wouldn't that be something? Start that clock, and then you know it's not that far away.
That's right.
0-2. What about the delivery, Tim, that you see of Walker? You see the back, how it gets arched a little bit?
I didn't realize that until tonight. I know you've seen him many more starts than I, but I did not realize the almost inversion of that lower back, to where you realize that his height is such an advantage.
Absolutely. Saw the quick move there. Very good athlete.
Extraordinary for 6'6".
The 0-2. Off the end of the bat into center, and it drops in for a hit. The Cardinals have activity going right now in the bullpen as Walker is approaching 100 pitches tonight, and he's due up second for the Cardinals in the home half of the 7th inning. You want a great deal on Cardinals tickets? Fill up at Phillips 66, 8 gallons or more now until September 19th, and receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/ Phillips 66. Again, short bench because of the uncertainty at this point. Ryan Braun, Segura, and this is a very good pinch hitter in his career. Second time he's been with the Milwaukee Brewers, and it's Lyle Overbay.
With power.
Splitting time with Mark Reynolds. Platoon over at first base. So Gallardo is done. We'll see that very good bullpen of the Brewers in the bottom of the 7th. Up the middle and a base hit. Bianchi will score, and the Brewers get on the board to make it 3-1.
I think Herrera a little tentative and not going to third base. You don't want to make the first or third out at third base. However, this ground ball not only plates the runner easily, I think he walked to third base. There's no need to look at the third base coach in a situation like that. You're your own coach.
Plays in front of you.
Right.
You can read it.
Right. You know the strength of the center fielder. You know he has to play deep for Overbay, so he's deep. Herrera can walk to third base, but didn't.
It's a big moment in this game for Michael Wacha. 3-1 St. Louis. Runners at first and second. Carlos Gomez digs in. Was hit by a pitch back in the 6th. Grounded into a double play. He's also struck out. So he drops to a knee. Hitting .286 with runners in scoring position. Drops down a bunt. It's a beauty. No play for Carpenter. Bases loaded.
I was thinking before that bunt, what a tough situation it was for Matt Carpenter. You want to stay back. You can't come in to where a ground ball's going to get by you. You could see him. He's not even with the bag. With nobody on, he would be. That was a blueprint of a bunt by Gomez to load the bases with nobody out.
Question now is, do you go to your bullpen? You do have a lefty throwing in the pen. Scooter Gennett hits from the left side. Then Ron Renneke could counter with Ricky Weeks, who has very good power. It's all Michael Wacha. The corners are in. Bases loaded. Gennett singled in the 4th, struck out in the 1st, and popped out with 2 runners on. Michael Wacha at the century mark in pitches. 100. Ground ball, base hit. 1 run is in to hold the runner at third. This makes it 3-2. So a walk and then 4 consecutive hits.
Well, if you're going to bring the right-hander in, and Mike Matheny certainly is, it's got to be the ground ball pitcher, Neshek.
So there's a look at Pat. He says he's ready to go. Wacha is through for the night. Jonathan Lucroy will be at the dish when we come back. The bases loaded. Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And find a helpful servicing Steel dealer near you. Visit steeldealers.com. Beautiful night here at Busch Stadium where the rain has stayed away. It's rough weather throughout the Midwest. Our thoughts and prayers with Minnie in our viewing area.
Oh, boy. I'll say.
That was Tim just on camera.
Yeah.
You've never looked better. Pat Neshek.
That's a shame.
Our Chevy called to the pen, and the base is loaded. And Neshek will face Jonathan Lucroy. Pat's been a really good find. ERA is under 2.
And if you're a Brewer hitter, you look down in the zone.
Do you ever?
Yeah. Not only because he throws it there a lot, but that's where he's going to go to try to get the ground ball. And 2/3 of the way get out of the inning.
It's telling, too, that Mike Matheny goes with Neshek here, not Seth Maness. Seth Maness was a guy that could induce so many double plays a year ago, but still trying to find himself early on in this season. So Pat Neshek has taken over that role, a key role, and a guy that you would consider, I think, Tim, as a right-handed specialist. You always hear about the lefty specialist, but he's very good on righties because of this delivery.
And his sinker.
Telling me the other day he's gone to his fastball a little bit more this year. So a tick or two harder than a season ago, in which he said his estimation, he was with Oakland last year, 95% he said he threw. His estimation, sliders. So really lost the fastball, but is starting to get it back.
You don't get ground balls off sliders. You get fly balls off sliders. You get ground balls off sinkers. May sound simple, but it's true.
Here's the 0-2. Got a big strikeout for Neshek.
Talk about that little extra adrenaline right here. Throwing the ball by Jonathan Lucroy, the guy who's tough to strike out. Now the double play gets them out with the lead, but a tough guy to double. I beg your pardon, 2 outs. All I had to do was look at the scoreboard, huh?
I was with you.
I guess a double play in that strikeout situation would have gotten out of the inning with the lead intact.
Neshek been very good in this spot. Aramis Ramirez. And here we go again. He owns 10 grand slams. And Ramirez came up with runners at first and second, back in the 6th, and eventually was hit by a pitch. And that's strike 1. The other thing that Neshek gives you, Tim, is a different look. I mean, the Cardinals have guys that are throwing high 90s. Rosenthal, Martinez.
Over the top.
Absolutely. And Neshek is around 90, 91. Occasionally hits 92. And that delivery. So it's a different look coming out of the bullpen. Milwaukee has struck out 10 times tonight. 9 of those thanks to Michael Wacha. And maybe the biggest of this game moments ago, Neshek against Lucroy. That's out of play. 1-2.
Neshek, a pitcher that you want to face a lot to get familiar with that drop and drive motion that he has. And it's tough to get used to it when he's in the bullpen.
May have gotten away with that pitch there.
That was a hanger.
Brewers have scored 2 to make it a 3-2 game here in the top of the 7th. The 1-2. We'll do it again. Ramirez, this count 1 for 7. League average 157. Hey, you said it. Strike 1, strike 2. Yeah, it's important early in a count. This game is tied.
Of all things,
wow,
a backup slider, and Aramis Ramirez had no chance of getting out of the way of that ball. None.
The second time that Ramirez has been hit by a pitch. That's the third Brewer to be hit. Twice Ramirez. The other time was Gomez back in the 6th. We're tied up 3-3.
This slider just gets away from Pat. No way for Ramirez to get out of the way of that pitch.
And now it's Chris Davis. So quickly, you're Pat Neshek. You've got to regroup. 3-3 game, bases loaded. No balls, 1 strike on Davis, who has struck out 3 times tonight. He is the 9th man to come to the dish for Milwaukee here in their half of the 7th. Oh, 2. Looks like Ramirez got it right off the elbow. He's feeling it.
A lot of people would say, well, it hurts less because being hit by the pitch tied the game. You wish you would have found another way to get to first base.
Fly ball out to left. Holiday going back. Plenty of room. And he makes the catch. Neshek gets the strikeout of Lucroy. Hits Ramirez to tie the game up. And the final out here at the top of the 7th. 3-3 game. Tim McCarver here on Fox Sports Midwest. Dan McLaughlin with you as the bottom of the 7th rolls in. Michael Wacha, great at times. Disappointing, though, that final inning.
Well, and Neshek comes in and hits Aramis Ramirez, and you could feel the momentum going for Neshek, striking out Lucroy, huge with the bases loaded and 1 out, and then hanging a slider, and no way for Ramirez to get out of the way of the ball.
You've had 3 Brewers get hit by pitches, both coming with 2 strikes.
Yeah,
that catches up with you.
Yeah, it does.
And now you take a look at this ball game, and you look at what the Brewers have done in this great run to start this season. It's really been starting pitching, but clearly their bullpen has been one of the best in baseball.
No question about it. I mean, you didn't think when this season started that the Brewers could match the Cardinals in the bullpen, but they've been able to do that first 4 weeks of the season, and Aramis Ramirez is out of there.
Yeah, Ramirez hit on the elbow, and Aramis was hit in the 6th, again in the 7th, and the training staff taking a look at him. And it's worth repeating. This is a team that make a case they're playing with 23 guys. They have a pitcher that's a Rule 5, a lefty that they picked up from A-ball that has appeared not much this season. Not many appearances. So if it's a big league, you might see him either way. Then you have two players in their everyday lineup dealing with injuries. Segura and now Ron Renneke out to visit with the home plate umpire, but Ryan Braun is out as well. So you're talking about a bench right now that is short for Ron Renneke in this game and maybe this series.
I think you're looking at a double switch here too, Dan. We'll see if Renneke said it immediately. We've got Martin Maldonado going to first base. Got a new third baseman and a new pitcher. I would think the pitcher is going to be hitting in Ramirez's spot. We don't know about the other two.
So Tyler Thornburg, who is off to a fantastic start. Our Chevy called to the pen. And you mentioned something last inning. And while it can be cliche at times, it is so true in the game of baseball. You pitch ahead in the count with the kind of stuff a major league pitcher has, they're going to have success. Well, the key with Thornburg, and there's a look at the bullpen ERA, which overall is 2.36. When the bullpen pitches with a lead, it's barely over 1. But Tyler Thornburg, the key to his success has been he gets strike one. And they've emphasized that with him this year. Pitch ahead in the count. His stuff is good enough to put hitters away. He's done that this season.
When a young pitcher comes up from the minor leagues and asks a pitching coach, what's the most important count in the world? Nothing and nothing is the most important count against any hitter, because that means strike one, and there's strike one right there. Huge advantage.
Absolutely. So Mark Ellis, Neshek's spot. We'll see a pinch hitter. And then the top of the lineup. Greg Garcia will make his major league debut. He stands on deck, and here's the 0-2 pitch. Ellis waves at it, strikes out.
Your attention, please, for the Cardinals. Batting for the pitcher, Neshek, and making his major league debut, number 12, Greg Garcia.
Cardinal fans hoping he gets used to it. That applause, that is.
Garcia is known for his bat. He's hit above 300 in the minor leagues. Had a good spring to play all over the infield. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Take a deep breath, relax.
Same thing applies. Look for a strike, whack away.
3-0.
Talking about the merits of staying ahead. 3 straight balls to Garcia.
A 3-1 pitch. And it's a walk. Garcia, by the way, also some speed. So his major league debut, he draws a walk. Welcome to the big leagues, Greg Garcia. Now Ron Renneke will go to his bullpen. He has 3 lefties at his disposal. And we're going to see Will Smith, who's picked up from Kansas City in the offseason. Lefty-lefty matchup when we come back. Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers and watch every out-of-market game live or online. You get true HD over 400 mobile and connected devices. Visit Cardinals.com for details. Chevy called to the pen, takes us to the lefty Will Smith. We mentioned how the Braun suspension gave you Chris Davis. So Chris Davis, they figured could play every day in the outfield, then made Aoki expendable. They traded him to Kansas City, and they get this big lefty back.
Norishiki Aoki going to KC. Will Smith's done a good job of that tough bullpen. Brewers, one of the few teams with 3 left-handers in the bullpen, so they can left and right you to pieces. And Ron Renicky doing a good job. The Brewers do not have a complete game all year, so that gives you an idea with an 18-7 record what kind of job their bullpen's done.
Tim, when you were talking about earlier the approach that Carpenter takes, in particular how he can slice the ball into left field, how does that apply here to the lefty on the mound?
I've never seen Will Smith, and I don't know. But if he's a guy who throws inside to Matt Carpenter, he will have better success than if he's a guy who throws away to him, in my view. So away is dangerous. Inside is Carpenter would be more vulnerable.
1 out, runner at first. That's Garcia. Went away. That's ball 1.
That to me is a danger area for any left-hander in the National League against Matt Carpenter, because he can hit that ball on a line. We talked about it earlier, and he did it earlier his first time up. Double the left center.
Came around to score the first run of the game on a single to right by Holiday. The 2 home runs for the Cardinals from Craig and Holiday. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Matt pulled off of that ball a little. That was a fastball outside part of the plate. And that's one of the reasons he's such a good hitter against left-handed pitching. And to play every day, you've got to keep your front shoulder in. That allows you to hit the ball on the outside part of the plate.
Check on Garcia. Oh, he almost threw it away. Remember, that's a new first baseman, Maldonado.
And a new pitcher.
And Smith.
Makes for overthrows at first.
You bet. Garcia does have good speed, as we mentioned earlier. Threat to steal. Bigger lead this time, and back in safely.
I'll tell you, I would be very wary of Martin Maldonado at first base. I mean, he's the backup catcher. He's used to catching pitchers, but not on pickoff throws, and not with that mid.
Two balls and 1 strike. Went in on that pitch. Well, how many times, though, do you see a pitcher get a little bit too preoccupied with the runner at first, and then you forget about?
Yep. Very good. Very good point. That's almost a balk. The lean forward.
Explain that, Tim. What are you seeing?
I saw him hesitate just a bit.
Once you commit going to the plate,
right,
that's it.
Okay, that breaking ball was nasty to Carpenter on a 2-1 count. Fastball situation and a dandy of a breaking ball from Smith.
The 2-2. And he got him with it. Strikeout of Carpenter. And there's 2 away.
2 good breaking balls from Will Smith. One on the 2-1 count to even the count. And he gets Carpenter on the slider.
about that? John Jay hitting .400 against lefties. He's been taking a lot of these left-handed pitches and going to left field. And exactly what you were talking about, the front shoulder staying in, staying on the ball.
That's a must if you're going to play against left-handed pitching. And when you do that, what that means is you keep the front shoulder in just a moment longer than you would against a right-hander. Now, does that mean you're vulnerable inside? Yes, it does. Talk to any pitcher. I mean, some guys against right-handers, you could put that ball in the spot that left-handers put it, they hit it out of the ballpark. Have a left-hander put a pitch the same place, it's an out, or you jam him, or he looks foolish.
So 2 outs and a runner at first. The first pitch to John Jay. With Holiday on deck, you would get the feeling this would be it for Will Smith. Face Jay here.
Outfield just a bit deeper than they would normally play, so they can cut off a double.
1-1. Velocity for Smith has hit 95 this year, consistently 91 to 93. Good breaking ball. They project him eventually to move into the rotation after this season. They like what he can do against right-handed batters as well. That's 1-2. Pretty nasty stuff here this inning.
Yeah, that breaking ball has served him well. The reactions from Matt Carpenter and now John Jay.
Trying to bust him in.
Back with a breaking ball here.
2-2 the count.
Those reactions, by the way, they're not fake reactions. Those are legitimate reactions that pitchers and catchers get from hitters when they're frozen on a breaking ball. You remember that in counts like this. This is going to be a curveball. Fooled me.
With the fastball in on the hands, he's had every pitch.
He would have broken 3 of my fingers on that pitch.
You could have been down on the ground.
I would have been diving out. He had me.
Garcia, by the way, has been going back to the bag on just about every pitch. So Smith is in his head a little bit. The 2-2. There's your breaking ball, and there's the strikeout. So back-to-back Ks by Will Smith. Some nasty stuff in the home half of the 7th. Good ball game tonight, 3-3. Midwest, let's go to our studio right across the street. Pat Paris standing by with a Bommarito Sports Update. All right, Pat, Mazda game summary, 3-3. Gallardo, 6 innings. Aramis Ramirez hit by a couple of pitches. One led to a run to tie it up. Michael Walkup, a solid outing, but let it get away late, and now it's Carlos Martinez. This guy is fun to watch. In a 3-3 game, our Chevy call to the pen, 13th appearance for Carlos. And a fly ball. Off the bat of Mark Reynolds into right. Craig is over near the stands and makes the play.
I don't know the first person who came up with the term electric stuff, but it was an electric saying when they did over the last decade or so. But if anybody epitomizes that, it's Carlos Martinez. You know, after the World Series last year, I stayed in Boston at an autograph signing along with Pedro Martinez and Pete Rose, of all people. I drove to the signing with Pedro Martinez, and I asked him, I said, what would you tell Carlos Martinez? And he said,
slowly hit. Martinez heads up play to go to the bag.
He said, I would show him my changeup. And I went to Carlos tonight before the game and I said, did Pedro Martinez, and Carlos speaks okay English. He speaks better English than I do, let's put it that way. But anyway, good fastball in on the hands for the second out. 3 pitches, 2 outs. But anyway, I asked him if Pedro worked with him. He said yes, he did in November. And he worked with him on the changeup. He said,
right.
And he shrugged his shoulders as though to say, now I'm not sure about this, but as though to say, when can I use it? I'm not starting.
And maybe you can explain a little bit more about that, because when you're a starter, you're going through a lineup potentially 3-4 times.
Exactly.
You got to have more than just two pitches.
And Pedro Martinez is one of the great changeups of modern time.
No doubt.
But when Carlos comes in for 1 inning, there's no way he's going to throw that changeup that he worked on last November with a guy who threw the best in modern times, or among them. So there you have it.
2-0 pitch. Now, his nickname is Baby Pedro.
Baby Pedro, yeah. I don't know how he got those. You know, I think he got that name because he resembles the fluid motion.
No question.
Of releasing the ball in such a fluid fashion. But it was not because of the changeup that he's yet to learn.
3-1 on Herrera. Electric stuff. Was a starter throughout spring until the final week, and then the Cardinals felt a need in the bullpen. That slapped the other way. That's an idea. On a 3-1 pitch, a major league hitters gives a wave through like the count was 0-2 or 1-2, not 3-1. It's very revealing about how hitters have a tough time with it. 3-2, and he walked him. So Herrera, a 2-out walk. The go-ahead run is at first base. Martinez exploded on the scene as you get a look at Ricky Weeks, and became a dominant force in last year's postseason. Ricky Weeks hitting an even 200. A couple years ago, dealt with just a horrific injury. Since that time, trying to get his timing back. He's got power. Gets underneath this one and flies it into center field. The big bats coming up for St. Louis. Holiday, Adams, Molina in a 3-3 game, midway through 8. RBIs tonight. It's 3-3 as we head to the home half of the 8th. Take a look at our Nissan drives of the game. Home runs hit by the Cardinals tonight. Holiday, his home run, a solo shot in the 6th. Also in the 6th, Alan Craig. The Nissan drives of the game. It's Holiday, Adams, and Molina. Former closer for Milwaukee is Jim Henderson. Chevy called to the pen. He lost his job at the end of spring. They bring in K-Rod. Well, since that time, he's 11 for 11. And they're trying to get Henderson back on track with consistent velocity. He's a hard thrower, but for whatever reason, Tim, he's not been able to be consistent. And with the lack of velocity at times, a lack of location.
Yeah, I mean, he sets a Milwaukee rookie record for saves with 28. And who was to know that Francisco Rodriguez would be their stopper this year?
He has been unbelievable.
11 saves in 14 tries. Unbelievable. Actually, the other 3 were not saved, so he hasn't blown any. But he had 10 saves all of last year.
Right. And was a late signing.
Yeah.
By Milwaukee.
February 7th.
So the leadoff man is Holiday. Here's the 0-1. Milwaukee had John Axford as their closer for a while. Cardinals picked him up for the stretch run of last season. He's now with Cleveland. And the idea was Henderson would be their guy. Two balls and one strike.
I'll tell you, you've got 2 of the best bullpens in baseball working against one another in a tie game. Runs are hard to come by, and that's an understatement right now for either team.
The one hit for Holiday against this right-hander, a home run. Outfield very, very deep. The 2-1. 2-2. Look at the starters for Milwaukee. It's been consistent 1 through 5. When they point to their success here in April, many point to this bullpen. And rightfully so. The 2-2. As the rain starts to fall. Where'd that come from?
Up there.
Thank you. You talk about great analysts in the game. That's
crack analysis.
That sets you apart for many years. That's why you got those national gigs.
Thank you.
The 3-2 is hit to short. And there's one away. Now it's just a very light drizzle, still coming from the sky, mind you. And it just poured for a second, and now just a very light drizzle here at the ballpark.
I'd be very wary if I were Henderson trying to come inside to Matt Adams in this situation. I know you're pitching into the shift and things like that, but if he can elevate in a situation like this, you'd rather him elevate to left, not to right.
What's been interesting is that we've seen Adams pitched away, and yet some teams with this shift literally have put 4 players on the right side of the infield. We had one time that happened, and yet you pitch him away, he just sticks the bat out, it's a base hit. Yeah, we talk so much about the fielders and their positioning, Tim. I'd be curious to know what pitchers truly think about the shift, because when you talk to some of them privately, they don't like it.
That's an interesting point. Now, I think true. Ooh. Eric, pitchers are designed to whatever happened. In other words, what I mean by that, as the slider Adams swings through, he may have foul tipped that ball. It's the results that are the most important. If a guy hits a 38 hopper throw on the left side, the pitcher's mad at it. Doesn't matter whether it makes sense or not. Boy, he is blowing.
Good velocity on that last pitch, 93. So with 2 down, brings in Yadier Molina. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Glad that you could be with us on Fox Sports Midwest. Dan McLaughlin, Tim McCarver, Jim Hayes with you. Al and Pat Paris will have the post-game show coming up. It's 3-3, home half of the 8th. Molina is 1 for 3 with a strikeout. So those hands of Yadier a little sore after Carlos Martinez?
I would think so.
Late in the ball game.
Catching Waka, yep.
The Brewers have been hit 3 times tonight.
Yeah, but there's no retaliation.
Not there.
Nah.
Not in a 3-3 game.
I mean, they realize it, particularly with the Ramos Ramirez being hit with the bases loaded in a 3-2 ball game. There's no retaliation. It's understandable that fans, overreact, that even some players overreact in situations like that, but no intent whatsoever there.
Yadi was trying to put the Cardinals on top. 1-2. Cardinals have their closer, Trevor Rosenthal, getting loose in the pen. 2-2 the count on Yadier Molina.
I think 30 years ago it used to be that guys would put other guys on the line in situations like this. If you're going to put somebody on the line, the first baseman should be on the line with 2 strikes to Molina.
Blew it by him.
Doesn't
94.
matter.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
So the strikeout of Yadi sends us to the 9th. We're tied up. It's 3-3. Top of the 9th rolls in. Randall Grichuk making his major league debut, taking over in right field. Alan Craig moving from right to first. And the new pitcher in for St. Louis, their closer in a 3-3 game here at home. The Chevy call to the pen. And it brings us to Trevor Rosenthal. He's allowed 7 hits and 11 1/3. And this is his 11th appearance of the year. Carlos Gomez leads it off, and the first pitch is swung on and missed, and that pitch at 95.
Dan, you asked last inning if Greg Garcia was nervous hitting the first time. He's not nearly as nervous as Grichuk in right field right now. I'll guarantee you that. For your first major league appearance, to be a defensive replacement in a tie game for a contender, that's tough.
The 0-2. Now Randal Grichuk can play all 3 outfield spots. Won a Gold Glove in the minor leagues. Well thought of defensively. A strikeout for Rosenthal.
Grichuk, more than any other guy on the field for the Cardinals, is rooting for Rosenthal to strike 3 out in this inning.
You're saying it's like the old Snoopy thing. Don't hit it to me.
Don't hit it to me. Anticipate every ball being hit to you? No. And I'm only kidding, obviously, with Grich in right field. But that's tough to go in as a defensive replacement and try to make a play, any type of play.
And Grichuk, again, a reminder that he was part of the David Freese deal that brought Peter Borges to St. Louis as well. Scooter Gennett, big base hit, RBI back in the 7th. 2 for 4. Now you're talking about velocity and thinking about where Molina may hit and why you play the first base line, even though he's a right-handed hitter. You'd be near the line.
Same with Gennett right here. If you're going to move a runner, I think it's your third baseman and not the first baseman. What are the chances of Gennett pulling Rosenthal?
Hits it to the right side. There's 2 down. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Some of the sights from the ballpark tonight, 3-3 game. Rosenthal has got the first 2, and here's Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy came up against Pat Neshek back in the 7th with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Struck out. Then Neshek had 2 strikes on Ramirez. Hit him to tie the game. Martinez, you mentioned the changeup. Rosenthal features the curveball, changeup, obviously a great fastball.
That fooled everybody on that Milwaukee bench, and particularly Lucroy. Another one.
This is why the Cardinals believe someday you're talking about a starter in Rosenthal, which is what he would like to do, but understands this is the role that's needed. The 1-2 pitch to Lucroy. Hit in the air out to center. Jay was spun around, and he makes the catch near the track. Due up for St. Louis. A chance to win it. Craig, Peralta, and Ellis. Brought to you by Bud Light, who reminds fans to stay in the game and drink responsibly. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cardinals and Brewers tied up at 3-3. Back in 2010, as we flash back, Colby Rasmus with a walk-off winner against Milwaukee. Yep, that's Aaron Miles. Some names from the past there. A guy named Pujols right there. We'll see Colby Rasmus, the center fielder now of the Toronto Blue Jays in interleague play, coming up later this season.
Albert Pujols with 500 home runs to his credit. What a marvelous career.
Here's Kinsler, Brandon Kinsler. He's been the primary setup man for Milwaukee and is off to a very good start. Chevy called to the pen. Cardinals a chance to win it here, bottom of the ninth, with Craig, Peralta, and Mark Ellis. Craig is homered here tonight. Solo shot back in the sixth, and an infield single in the fourth. Redbirds, if you're just joining us, jumped out to a 1-0 lead in the first, added 2 more in the sixth. And Milwaukee tied it up in the seventh with a 3-run inning. First pitch to Craig. Taken for a ball inside and a big gap in left center.
Yeah, you get the feeling in a game like this that the bullpens are so superior and so ahead of the hitters early in the season like this, that one team's going to have to take a chance and allow a reliever to go 2 innings. If, for instance, he has a pitch count of 8 or 9 or 10 or something like that. But most teams are so locked in to that 1 inning for their relievers, they're not going to get away from that. And I don't think Ron or Mike would do that, Matheny or Renicky.
And having said that, though, nobody throwing in the Cardinals' pen.
Yeah, that's right.
Rosenthal, very efficient inning.
It's a good point. I think you break the practice, you break the tie. I think that's what gives you the better chance. 12 pitches by Rosenthal in his inning.
Slowly in up the third base line, and that's strike 2. Cardinals a couple weeks ago had a Friday night game in which Rosenthal hit with the winning run at second base.
I remember that. Oh yeah. You know, it's such a subjective game at times. You know, I mean, these managers have a load of decisions during a ball game. Some make sense, some make less sense, but it's their job to get the job done. And sometimes we don't know everything that's going on between the lines. They can't tell us. We in the media will never know everything. Mike Matheny can't tell us everything. Neither can Ron Renicky. So we have to surmise ourselves and see whether it makes sense or not. That's the beauty of the game, and we've expressed that in many, many ways tonight. It's fun. It's what makes it fun.
The 2-2 on the outside corner, and a strikeout of Alan Craig.
3 straight strikeouts by Brewer pitchers, and that ball right on the corner to get Craig.
Peralta is hitless tonight. I think you just gave the definition of second guessing.
without saying we're second guessers.
Right.
Well, I mean, you know, there are a lot of decisions to make. There are a lot of decisions that we're paid to pass along to the viewers, either our opinions or what we were told by the manager or the pitching coach or the player or whatever. That's what makes up our business, and that, again, is part of the fun of it. And we kind of hope it makes sense to the viewing audience.
Yeah, we were talking with Mike Matheny, and here's an 0-1 pitch to Peralta. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Mike has said many times, I didn't anticipate the amount of media that I was going to be responsible for. He said Tony La Russa, others had warned him about that in terms of, when I say warned, just the responsibility of meeting with a ton of media that cover this game. Print, the electronic.
Sure.
Us.
Yeah.
Us. You have to dedicate time to do that.
That's right.
And
it requires time. And time is not something that should be foremost in Mike Feeney's mind, time with us, but time for the guys on the field.
And he likes to throw BP. Not a lot of managers do that. 1-2 is a base hit. Hustling out of the box. And Peralta made the wide turn, but stops there. So the winning run is aboard.
Little bobble by Gomez. It would have been a risky play. Again, with both teams against the tough bullpens, you're more inclined to take a risky play. I think if Peralta makes that decision, gets thrown out at second base, tip your cap to Gomez for recovering. But if you make it, it's an awful lot of pressure on the other side.
Now it's Ellis, who singled back in the fifth and was picked off. Beautiful bunt. And the winning run is in scoring position. How about that bunt from Martin Ellis?
If Carlos Gomez can do it, I can too, says Mark. That's almost the same bunt that Gomez laid down. Exact spot or thereabouts.
Base hit potentially could win it. And look who's coming to the plate. Randall Grichuk. Didn't miss something.
He's a lot looser now than he was at the top half of this inning. I'll guarantee you that.
Johnny Peralta represents the winning run. He's at second base. Grichuk, great power, free swinger. Strike one. Because you have the winning run at second base, your outfield in a little bit.
A little bit. I think also in a little bit because they're not really sure about Grichuk. If they'd heard Red Shandies today, they would have been sure, I promise.
They'd be on the track. 1 ball, 1 strike. Drafted by the Angels in 2009. Traded to St. Louis this offseason. One and two. Carpenter is on deck. As Grichuk is wearing the number worn last by Jimmy Edmonds.
What a great note that is. Jimmy Baseball.
You got it. The 1-2 pitch. Hitting room to that left side too, Tim, with the shortstop trying to keep Peralta close in the bag at second base. Strong arms in the outfield for Milwaukee, if you're wondering.
Rather erratic in center field with Carlos Gomez.
Here's a 1-2. 2-2.
Infielders are trained in this situation. If you cannot make a play, at least knock the ball down and keep the game in progress, knowing if it gets by them, game over.
Grichuk, a broken bat. Shallow left. The catch is made, and what a play it is for out number 2.
Not only a great play, but a great read by Johnny Peralta. There are a lot of guys this inning would be over. Peralta would take a chance and try to score. And I'll tell you, we talked about his chance to go to second base. It would be an understandable play to be doubled off at second base right here. So that's a great read by Peralta. But again, it would be understandable if he just took off, because it was a very tough play by Bianchi.
And now you have Matt Carpenter. Doubled back in the first and scored. Walked in the fifth. He is struck out and grounded out. Carpenter, a bouncer right side, slowly hit. Who's at first? Save! Maldonado, the backup catcher, playing first base. Tim, you talked about it earlier, his struggles there. And now the bases are loaded.
And you know, the problem with Maldonado, he broke towards second first, and by the time he recovered, he couldn't find the bag, and his left foot slipped off the bag. Right there. Couldn't find the bag. First basemen are trained to get to first as quickly as possible so they can find the bag. He couldn't. The bag didn't move, but his foot did.
So the base is loaded for John Jay. Jay 0 for 4 tonight. Ground ball to second. And this time, he's definitely on the bag. So the Cardinals strand, the base is loaded. Extra innings, 3-3. Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra innings in the second inning of work here for the Cardinals closer, Trevor Rosenthal. It's kind of one of those quote-unquote unwritten rules of baseball. A lot of times you don't see a closer throw more than one inning. Managers get concerned about, say, tomorrow or the day after that, the availability of your closer. But Mike Matheny felt it was an efficient inning. Just 12 pitches, so he's back out there for the second. Martin Maldonado showing bunt and takes ball one. Maldonado in Aramis Ramirez spot. Brewers third baseman was hit twice and eventually had to leave the game. 2-1. You were doing the postseason last year, and you saw the infusion of youth at the back end of games for the St. Louis Cardinals. And Trevor Rosenthal, Segrist, Martinez. These guys have become the big three.
Yeah, Dan, almost pioneering other organizations to do the same thing this year. And Milwaukee and Pittsburgh are two teams that are similar to the Cardinals in that regard.
Leadoff walk. Last thing that he wanted to do was walk Maldonado, and now it's Davis, who is 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
Slow runner at first base. I would think Chris would be up there bunting right here. You got that flame-throwing right-hander. Sometimes it's tougher to bunt them than it is to hit them, particularly if they keep the fastball up. Because of that.
Out of play, strike one. And pitch at 96. It was interesting to watch the velocity of Rosenthal, which has been talked about an awful lot. And people love power in the game of baseball. Home runs.
Pitching or home runs,
yeah. And Rosenthal consistently last year before that, 99 to 100, and he's been around 95 to 96. And Derek Lilliquist in Washington, that's bunted foul, went out, kind of got in Rosenthal's face, little pep talk, if you will, a little coming to, and then he also was hit on a comebacker. And right after that, the same game, he starts throwing 98, 99. So he's got it, but it was just, I wonder, a little wake-up call for him. Juices got flowing again.
It was stored in a different area, maybe.
That comebacker brought it out, huh?
Perhaps.
Here's the 0-2. And there's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Second strikeout for Rosenthal.
It's hard to say whether Trevor reaches back because he throws so hard and is so talented. And that can be said about a lot of young pitchers in the game today. I mean, the quality of the bullpens throughout the major leagues it makes it very, very difficult to hit in the late innings.
There is Reynolds, specialization of the game.
Yeah.
Guys coming out throwing split fingers and mid-90s fastballs.
And the resurrection of relievers like Francisco Cabrera, or I beg your pardon, Francisco Rodriguez of the Brewers, 11 saves in April. We talked about him earlier.
You ever seen in your time in baseball this many power arms in the game?
I don't think so.
Pretty amazing.
I don't think so. The game's changed too from power arms go to the bullpen. It was always power arms go to the front. They start games, not finish them.
1 ball, 1 strike. The Cardinals have had, as you know well, so many good drafts, recent memory, and Rosenthal, part of that draft class that's featured 5 to 6 guys from the class that have made it to the big leagues, which is amazing. And it
really is
rounds that you wouldn't anticipate a closer to come from.
12 rookie pitchers last year. 12.
It's hard to believe.
It's staggering.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to Reynolds with a runner at first. Strikeout number 10,782 on Mark Reynolds. Back-to-back Ks and 3 tonight for Rosenthal.
Mark setting a major league record back in 2009 with 223 strikeouts during a regular season. But you know, it's almost the downside of a guy who throws as hard as Rosenthal. Your defense can be surprised when a guy puts the ball in play, particularly on the ground. It surprises them because there are so many swings and misses.
Saw that a lot last year.
I bet.
It happened all the time, and surprise is a good way to put it. And you didn't see many pull the ball against Rosenthal. We're in the top of the 10th, 3-3. Jeff Bianchi at the plate. And a liner out to left. Maldonado makes the turn around second. He'll stop there. So the go-ahead run in scoring position for Milwaukee. Elian Herrera with runners at first and second. Holiday, by the way, is due up first for the Cardinals. Looking ahead to the home half of the 10th. Herrera has singled to left, singled in the 7th. He has walked. He's been on base 3 times. And the outfield very shallow. And Ryan Braun has grabbed a bat, moved to the on-deck circle. And hearing some boos.
Well, that's interesting, though, isn't it?
Sure is.
Wow.
By the way, Braun is 4 for 4 off of Trevor Rosenthal. Will we see him this inning? And that's strike 2. Braun, just assume, keep him on deck if you're Trevor Rosenthal.
Outfield can afford to play shallow against Herrera. Not a lot of power. Maldonado not a fast runner at second.
The 2-2. Right down the middle and a strikeout. Rosenthal, 2 innings of work, and he strikes out 4. Cardinals will try to win it in the bottom of the 10th. 3-3 game. Really good numbers, and a left-handed pitcher that's in a way reinvented himself, Tim, as he's dropped down the arm angle. He said he's happy with the role of being in the bullpen, guy that's primarily been a starter in his career but has found a home and success in the pen.
Non-roster player, the last player signed or taken north with the Brewers in spring training, and has really found a home for Milwaukee in their bullpen.
Very good numbers for Matt Holliday against this lefty. Included in there is a home run. See, Holiday is just starting to get locked in here the last 7 to 10 days.
Hitting the ball hard, isn't
yes, he is.
Yeah.
The Cardinals with Holiday here against Zach Duke. Solo home run back in the 6th. A base hit off the glove of, at the time, the first baseman Mark Reynolds in the 1st to score Matt Carpenter.
This is a more important inning, half inning, for the Brewers than it is for the Cardinals, because the Cardinals have a deeper bullpen now. The only guy left, Francisco Rodriguez. Now they do have Wei Chung Wong, who pitched an inning yesterday, but as Dan said earlier, they're trying to keep him out of the game and trying to be as economic as they can with his innings.
So this will be the first pitch to Holiday, and we're underway in the home half of the 10th. Tim McCarver, Jim Hayes, Dan McLaughlin with you on Fox Sports Midwest. Good ball game tonight, 3-3. Holiday would love to end it with one swing of the bat. 2 balls and no strikes. The viewpoint of number 22. 3-0.
Duke has missed 3 times on the outside. I think if I'm Mike Matheny, I give Holiday the hit sign here.
No doubt. A 3-0 pitch to Holiday. See where Zach Duke in that delivery, especially how far he has dropped down. Used to be over the top. Against lefties, very tough working from that first base side of the rubber. 3-1, a base hit out to left. Holiday is thinking too. Digging for second. Standing up at second. Winning run in scoring position for St. Louis.
The 3-1 pitch. Holiday got, doubles down the line. And Mike Matheny reacting. Obviously favorably.
To send you down there and tell them to watch our equipment. You had a duck down there, it looked like. Now you have Peter Borges. Let's see if Borges will lay down a bunt. With his speed, he could beat it out.
Guaranteed. It looks like the Brewers are playing an unusual infield defense. It's kind of a quasi-wheel play. And that's very unusual unless you have runners on at first and second. But only on at second, we'll see.
Borges gets the bunt down. It's rolling. And it's foul. Strike 1.
The thing about that was, I mean, he's got to play at third base. If he fields that ball in fair territory, the shortstop's covering. The Yankee was over there. That's why they put it on.
No question.
I have never seen a defensive infield, put the wheel play on with only a runner on at second base. You're protected. Runners on at first and second. Shortstop covering.
You're right.
I think.
Yeah,
I mean, you
you're
know,
right.
He had a shot at him. I mean, after all, that's why you put it on. To have your third base covering or charging and your shortstop covering. We'll see what they do here. Same defense.
A lot of movement, a lot of holes if they don't bunt. They do here. Borges bunts it right into an out. Holiday would love to stay into a rundown, and Borges stuck at first.
I'll tell you, that is super defense by the Brewers. But once you see it, if you're Peter Borges, you've got to be a believer. You've got to believe that that's exactly what they're doing. So don't bunt it to third. And play right into the hands of the Brewers.
No question. Now if you're Yadier Molina, situation, Tim, that you try to take a pitch or two and get Borges a chance to take a look?
No, I don't think against the left-hander. No, I'd put the hit and run on. I mean, that's a viable option to look for runners on at first and third and less than 2 outs.
Clearly, Borges a threat to steal. One out. He stands at first, and Molina takes a ball inside.
I'll tell you, Dan, in fairness to Peter Borges, though, I mean, that is not a play. I've never seen it. It's got to be first and second for the wheel to be on, where the third baseman charges, shortstop goes over, and they had Holiday back 5 feet at third base. No problem. They would have had him before, too, the pitch before. Once you see it, you got to change in your mind what you're going to do with the bunt.
2-0. Molina's numbers against Zach Duke: 12 for 36, .333 batting mark. Yeah, Maldonado does not appear to be all that comfortable at first. He's holding Borges. Outfield is deep. The count is 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch taken high. Alan Craig is on deck. Three and one. Now let's see what the Cardinals want to do here with this count. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, normally I don't think it's a running situation, but I think, you know, the old run and hit would be in order here.
Not running, and the pitch is a strike on the inside corner. 3-2.
It's a good thing he didn't go. I think Mike Matheny, being a former catcher, is saying he might throw a breaking ball. That would have fooled Molina. Not as good a chance of putting the ball in play.
Start the runner here.
Absolutely.
Ball gets in the gap, you may win it, even with the outfield as deep as they are with Borges' speed, but you also try to avoid that double play.
Yep.
The 3-2, there he goes, and the pitch is driven out to center. The catch is made. Borges racing back to the bag at first. 2 down. The point that you made earlier, very good point. If we get beyond the 10th, if Craig and the Cardinals can't win it here, Cardinals, just looking at their bullpen, are set up way better than Milwaukee.
All of a sudden they're deeper because of those 2 innings by Rosenthal.
Craig with 2 hits tonight, infield hit, and a solo home run back in the 6th. Borges is leaning and back to the bag at first. Strike 1 on Craig. Inning started with a double by Holiday. Borges bunted. Holiday thrown out by 10 feet at third. Line out by Molina. And an 0-1 to Alan Craig instead of check on the runner. One ball, 1 strike.
There's no chance that Duke's going to come inside with that fastball. Trying to pitch to the defense at left center field. area is where the Cardinals have a chance to win the game. If outfield is very deep, but if Craig can put a charge in a mistake, best chance for the Cardinals to win it. Of course, you got the speed of Gomez to deal with too.
You can understand why they would have Craig shaded to the opposite way.
Sure, sure. Good power the other way.
You bet. Two and one. But Peter Borges talked about wanting to make an impact on this team with his speed. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Little bigger lead this time. Not running. The 2-1 is taken for a ball. Peralta on deck. 3-1 the count. Craig can certainly be selective here.
Against Yadier Molina, Duke threw a 3-1 curveball for a strike. He ultimately got Molina. We'll see if he does that to Craig too.
The 3-1 pitch hit down the right field line, slicing and out of play. 3-2. Sugar Craig, after seeing what you just talked about, what do you go with? What are you expecting here on 3-2?
I think he's going to throw the fastball away. But I think the key thing, Dan, is that Maldonado's holding Borges on at first base instead of, normally they'll play behind him, but this is a winning run situation. You got the outfield deep and the first baseman holding the runner. That's good strategy by Ron Renicky, I think.
There goes Borges. The 3-2 is taken for a ball. Went with the curveball.
Yeah. Just missed.
I'll tell you what, our home plate umpire, I'm not sure if he was fooled on it. And Luke Royce having words with the home plate umpire. But it looked like the right arm, he was ready to raise it. The Cardinals may have caught a break.
I think they did. Well, that ball's low. That ball was low, I thought.
He dropped it too.
Yeah, you don't get those called strikes when the catcher drops the ball.
You didn't do that very often, did you?
Yes, I did. I did everything.
Now Peralta, 2 for 8 with a pair of strikeouts. Against Zach Duke. Single to center. That was back in the 9th inning. Room to the right side. Jeanette trying to keep the winning run. Borges at second tight. Outfield has to play in. A lot more shallow than they were.
I don't think you pay any attention to the guy at second. I mean, you're more inclined to say play a little deeper, ball on the ground. If you can't catch it, knock it down.
Now they've got a shift.
Yeah, I think I'd shift in this situation. I think on a base hit to the outfield, Borges is going to score easily with his speed.
The 0-1 is lifted out to deep right center field. Gomez with plenty of room, and he makes the catch. Sends us to the 11th. official sponsor of Extra Innings. Boy, you've got a couple of lockdown bullpens on display here tonight.
You really do.
Randy Choate, our Chevy called to the pen.
Yeah, the oldest member of either bullpen, Randy Choate. What a career he's had. When you look back, his 5th major league team, and he's done a good job with all of them.
And we saw that Ryan Braun was at the on-deck circle last inning. Michael Wacha made the start for the Cardinals tonight. There's Matt Adams, who was double switched for late in this ball game. So Zach Duke will hit for himself. And as Tim pointed out, the bullpens, you'd have to say at this point, favor St. Louis. With Rosenthal, the 2 innings that he gave him. Duke is still in this game. They have K-Rod, and they also have Wong, a lefty, Rule 5 pickup. And a strike to Zach Duke. I just wonder if Ryan Braun can swing the bat. You know, dealing with an oblique, how serious that is.
And we were talking about it between innings. Ryan Braun may have been a decoy.
Sure.
On deck.
Left in the Cardinals bullpen, Manus, Fornatero, and Segrist.
With Segrist with the ability to go multiple innings.
And a strikeout of Zach Duke. I would say with all 3, you probably could.
True.
If you needed to. Segrist is multiple innings. Manus has done that before, and he's getting loose right now. Fornatero is a guy that's been late innings at AAA, but spring training, you saw him work multiple innings for Mike Matheny's club.
But less experience than Segrist and Manus.
No doubt. Now it's Carlos Gomez after the strikeout of Duke. And a strike on the outside corner. We say less experience in Segrist and Manus. This time last year had not made major league debuts. It's unbelievable.
It really is.
The 0-1 pitch popped up on the infield. Craig calling for it, and he makes the play. 2 down. Gomez slipping.
I'll tell you, to Gomez's credit, and he is not your conventional player, there's no question. But he does run hard, but almost twisted his ankle in his turn of first base. You could see that right ankle turning just a little bit. And then he slipped, lost his balance. Catch was made anyway, but most major leaguers wouldn't even run hard on balls like that.
I'm with you. I applaud it.
Absolutely. There's some other things we don't applaud that he does, however.
A little tapper up the first base line. Craig has it, and the tag is there. So quick inning. Only 6 pitches for Randy Choate. A 3-3 game. Milwaukee and St. Louis. As Mark Ellis will lead it off for the Cardinals. Ellis, a couple of hits, and the last time up he bunted his way on as Zach Duke in his second inning of work. And you may see a couple of lefties that stay in the ball game more than just one inning. Duke here, and if we head to a 12th inning after just 6 pitches, Randy Choate for the 12th.
Sure, and Randy's ability to get right-handed hitters out. You know, when you think about it, it makes so much more sense to have a left-hander like Duke and Choate to go more than one inning, because they don't throw like Rosenthal and the big power guys, Segrist, guys like that. And also, most right-handed pitchers, from a platoon standpoint, you don't have to, you don't have to go that route of righty against lefty, because right-handed hitters haven't seen types of pitchers like that often.
Interesting, yeah.
They don't face them that often. How many left-handed starters can you think of with the delivery of Duke or Choate? I can't think of any.
No. None.
In the big leagues.
Right. There's a reason why they're specially lefties.
Maybe C.J. Wilson of the Angels.
Yeah.
He leans a little toward that way. But he's got a lot more guile, a lot more finesse pitches and stuff. I know.
It's 11 o'clock and now you're making me think. It's not good.
That's good. Yeah, then you'll have a good night's rest. Back at him tomorrow.
Man. Zach Duke, 21 pitches last inning. And here is Mark Ellis. His time is called. I'm thinking all these lefties now. Now you're making me go through.
Well, now I'm wondering if Ellis leads off with a double, if Mike Matheny's going to put the bunt play on, and if Ron Renicke's going to employ the wheel play again like he did against Borges in the bottom of the 10th.
Many ways, that's the play of the game so far.
Right.
0-1 pitch to Ellis. Hit sharply up the middle, backhanded. Jeanette, nice play.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Very good.
Jeanette.
He's kept Ricky Weeks on the bench.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Good minor league numbers. Hit .324 for the Brewers last year, briefly.
The number you wore for the St. Louis Cardinals?
15.
That's what I thought.
Notice it's not retired.
Do I need a
Nor
petition?
should it be. No.
Okay.
Please, no.
I was trying to set you up earlier and say, well, there's another guy that wore 15, and this guy, Yeah. Tim McCarver wore it.
Proud of it, but it's still being handed out.
Grichuk making his major league debut. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 2.
Good breaking ball from Duke. Stayed on the outside part.
And a strikeout of Grichuk. Francisco Rodriguez left in the pen. Wee Chung Wong, a lefty, on the bench for St. Louis. Descalso and Cruz. The wheels are spinning right now. The 6th plate appearance tonight for Matt Carpenter. We had McCarver to the broadcast, and we're going to be here all night. Welcome back to St. Louis, Tim.
I used to get fined for things like that. Now I get paid for it.
Which one was more fun?
Being fined for it.
Hey, at least you're honest. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Taken high by Matt Carpenter. A couple guys in the stadium that sure have a story or two about you. One is working in our radio booth, and the other in the Milwaukee radio booth.
Yeah, but just remember, payback's tough.
That's right.
Bob Uecker for the Milwaukee Brewers. Mike Shannon for the St. Louis Cardinals.
And you were roommates with Uecker.
I certainly was.
Oh, my
in
goodness.
1964. There's Ueck. And Ueck will tell you we paid $12 apiece at the Bel Air East. 2 double beds and roomed together in St. Louis. Ate before every home game at about 1:30. Very punctual. 2 catchers. Unbelievable. Funniest man I've ever met. And there's the second funniest man I've ever met. Mike Shannon. I think that's Mike, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't see in the shadows. Oh. Characters
I couldn't
both.
imagine.
Oh.
Both on the same team.
Oh, gosh. Unbelievable. And good players, too. Bob Uecker kids about his career, and he's made a lot of money kidding about his career. Matter of fact, he's made a whale of a living criticizing his career, but he could catch. He could catch, great hands, and he could throw. I wish I could have thrown like Bob Uecker.
Is that right?
That's a fact. And if I'd have thrown like Mike Shannon, I'd have been in the Hall of Fame. He had the greatest arm, maybe in St. Louis high school history, for crying out loud.
Many believe.
Which allowed him to move to third base from right field.
Many believe he would have won the Heisman if he went to the University of Missouri.
I think Dan Devine may have made that comment, right?
He did. Carpenter is the winning run. He's at first. 2 outs. A 2-0 pitch to Jay. 2-1. Just dedicated a statue to Bob Uecker. They did this past week. It's in the upper deck of the last row of the
last
the stadium.
row. Right in the last row.
Must be in the last row.
Hilarious.
And by the way, the statue, if you sit in those seats, your view is blocked. So they have those seats available for $1. That just suits Uecker perfectly.
Oh, fabulous.
The 2-2 pitch to John Jay. Taken low, Holiday on deck.
And quickly, Robin Yount had the funniest line at the ceremony. He said, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, an empty stadium. What a great ceremony. And Ueck loved it. Ueck laughed more than anybody.
He is hilarious, though.
Oh, gosh.
My goodness. 3-2 pitch. And we'll do it again. He was telling me the broadcasting began. He said, I've always been broadcasting because I never played, so I just imitated Harry Carey. That's how it all began. Goodbye. John Jay strikes out, sends us to the 12th. And we are tied 3-3. How about these bullpens? He's had 8 appearances, ERA of 2.70. It was around 5 after Major League Baseball looked at a potential error that was then later charged to Peralta. So those runs were unearned and allowed that ERA to drop. Boy, tough for a pitcher. Early in the season, you have an ERA of 5 or 6. You're a relief pitcher trying to get that back down to maybe a 2.
Yeah, you can't make it up. You can't make it up until the next year.
Right.
You know, because you don't have enough appearances and enough innings.
Well, we've got some unique changes here for the Cardinals because Matt Carpenter has moved to right. Craig stays at first. Descalso is in at third. Manus is your new pitcher. This is Jonathan Lucroy. If you're wondering, right field is not foreign to Matt Carpenter. When he initially broke into the big leagues, he was playing corner outfield, and that's past Descalso down into the corner. So leadoff double for Lucroy. In Milwaukee, a good opportunity.
First hit of the night for Lucroy. And Maldonado the batter. And I don't think the Cardinals have in their arsenal a wheel play like the Brewers had 2 innings ago that they used against that Borges bunted to the third baseman who turned and threw to the shortstop covering.
Bunt is foul. Yeah, the Cardinals have been extremely aggressive over the years with Molina. A lot of times Yachty pounces on that ball. They'll send the third baseman back, in this case Descalso or the pitcher, and they will take that chance.
Now Peralta's over.
Yeah.
Now he's in the hole. So now the chances of a wheel play are greater with the slow-footed Lucroy on at second base. And now Maldonado wants to talk to third base coach Ed Sater. Well, this is very interesting. I have to talk to Jose Oquendo tomorrow, but to my knowledge, the Cardinals have not worked on this play. But you know what? If it works for the other guy, it can work for you too. That's why they put Peralta right in the hole and right in to the right of the shortstop position. And that's how to beat it, is to swing the bats.
And I thought the Cardinals may take the bunt off with Borges.
I did too.
Yeah.
I did too.
As the wheel play was going, there was all kinds of hitting lanes. But now it's 2 strikes on Martin Maldonado.
Yeah, and now Yadier Molina got the attention of Peralta at shortstop to play straight away. That there's no chance of him bunting now. Or little chance of him bunting, because Peralta was back in that wheel position. It's a fascinating game over the last couple of innings because of the infield defense.
One-two pitch, misses in. 2-2. So even with 2 strikes, corners are playing in. Now Descalso backs up at third. Hit to the right side. What a play here. That may have saved a run as Maldonado was sliding to the bag at first.
Saved a run and got an out.
What a play.
What a play is right. My gosh. Mark Ellis made 2 revolutions, I believe. I think he turned over twice. The catch, the turn, another turn.
There's one of your favorite plays in baseball, the famous slide into first.
Not my favorite. Now the infield in for the Cardinals.
Chris Davis is at the plate. Now Davis has struck out 4 times. Strike 1. Strike two. You wonder about Manus. Does he have that swing and miss kind of stuff? You get the ground balls. You get last year, as we saw, double plays. But this spot, a lot of ground balls infield in. Sometimes those ground balls find a hole.
No swing and a miss. The first two strikes to Chris Davis.
The 0-2. And a fly ball lifted down the left field line. That's a smart play as Holiday lets it drop.
Real smart play. How many outfielders would have had the wherewithal to allow a ball that he could catch to drop? And the reason he did, not much foul territory down there, about 4 feet. But Holiday allowing it to drop, so it's not a sacrifice fly.
Heads up play.
Absolutely.
Infield and 1 out, no balls, 2 strikes. I believe it's Francisco Rodriguez throwing in the pen for Milwaukee. Against Manus, Davis 2 for 3. The 1-2. Fly ball into right. This will put Milwaukee on top. Down into the corner it goes. Lucroy scores to make it 4-3 Milwaukee, and Davis is flying on his way to third. A tough night for Chris Davis with 4 strikeouts, but one of the biggest hits in the game.
Yeah, Chris Davis can fly. Just puts the bat out there and hits it where the Cardinal right fielder wasn't, and flew around the bases. I know what you're thinking. How can Matt Holliday let that ball drop in left field? That's the way it goes. Just tough going, that's it. But it was still the right play.
No doubt.
I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Nope. Again, that would have been out number 2, but runner tags up. You would think scores easily. Fly ball that was deep enough, and that would give Milwaukee a 4-3 lead. Take your chances with the infield in or the strikeout.
Right.
2-0 the count on Mark Reynolds, trying to extend this Milwaukee lead. There's a fly ball lifted into right center. Grichuk makes the catch. Runner tags up. That's Davis, and it's 5-3 Milwaukee. Cardinals had a lead of 3-0 in this game. Milwaukee uses a 3-run 7th to tie it up. Now they have a 5-3 lead here in the 12th. And a fastball to Bianchi and a strike. Nothing in 2. Again, you go back to the bunt play that Borges bunted into and out.
It is not an overstatement, Dan, when you said that's the biggest play in this game. There's no question about that.
One and 2. I think what concerns you with Manus is that there were so many ground balls that he was able to get last year. His ground ball percent was 86%. This year it's at 66.
I heard Al Roboski the other day talk about the 16 double plays that he turned, being the most by any reliever in the National League. And that's indicative of just how much his ball was sinking.
Little bit low, 3 and 2.
One thing with Seth, his secondary stuff is not as strong as most of the guys in the bullpen.
Gets the strikeout, and Milwaukee gets the lead. Holiday, Descalso, Molina due up. Here tonight, first inning. Base hit into right for Matt Holliday to score. Carpenter had a double to lead things off for the Cardinals. Sixth inning, Gomez nearly pulled it back in, but a solo home run for Holliday. Then the solo shot for Craig. Cardinals led it by the score of 3-0. And Michael Walkup ran into issues in the seventh. The Brewers would tie it up. Walkup, for the most part, though, very solid outing outside that seventh inning when he ran into problems. Pat Neshek would hit Ramirez with the bases loaded. A two-strike pitch. That tied it up. And then in the 12th, just moments ago, Chris Davis with an RBI triple. He eventually would score. Tim McCarver, it adds up to a 2-run lead for Milwaukee, 5-3 here in the home half of the 12th. And here's K-Rod. Chevy called to the pen, 11 for 11 in save opportunities. ERA 0.
He has been extraordinary, breaking in with the Angels, pitching in a World Series at age 21 in 2002. Up and down and in and out like a lot of closers in the game. But a record 62 saves back in 2006, I believe it was, wasn't it?
Was.
With the Angels.
Remember at that time, and you were doing those games in the World Series and seeing him in postseason play year in and year out, he was defined in many ways by his slider.
Yeah. And could throw much harder than he does now.
You bet. And Holliday hits it out to left center. That'll stay in the ballpark. One away. And now they talk about Rodriguez with diminished velocity. However, tremendous control and a pitch that has really developed for him coming out of spring training is his changeup. And he's got that motion with a lot of arms and legs coming at you, so you can see why that would be fairly effective.
Against right-handers and left-handers, much like Waka with the changeup against both.
Here's Descalso. Came in late for the Cardinals. Took over at third. And there's a strike.
You talk to some of the hitters now, and they'll tell you that Frankie appears to, that's his nickname, Frankie Rodriguez, he appears to throw everything at you but the ball.
A slider that time. He's got the high leg kick.
And confidence.
And a lot of it. The 0-2. Strikes out Descalso, 2 down. Our player of the game is Chris Davis. Presentation of Budweiser. 4 strikeouts tonight, but comes through when they needed it most. RBI triple in the 12th.
I guarantee you, Chris Davis is not thinking about those 4 strikeouts.
No.
He did. That's as far from his mind as anything. That triple made everything well.
Up to Molina to extend the ball game. The other thing about Rodriguez too, Tim, is that you look at his body. He's not a big guy. He's not tall.
A frail presence. Yeah. Not muscular, not lithe. But he's a very, very good athlete.
Cardinals need base runners, the 1-0, and they've got one now. Base hit. Alan Craig will represent the tying run. Appreciate that with a long night. Molina extends the game. With Lance Lynn going tomorrow, the recent pattern has been to have Tony Cruz catch Lynn, so it could be the night off tomorrow. We'll see when we get to the ballpark. There's a look at Tony. Craig is homered tonight, his second of the year. Good slider.
Once again, the outfield very deep to prevent the extra base hit. Craig is not a fast runner. They'll give Molina third, but not Craig second.
The base hit by Molina was only the 6th hit Rodriguez has allowed the entire year.
Man.
Opponents came in hitting 111 against him, and the Cardinals are down to their final strike. An 0-2 to Alan Craig.
Last 2 pitches, those 2 were changeups you were talking about to begin the inning. A lot of legs, feet, hands, arms, everything but the ball.
The 1-2. Rodriguez sensational with the Angels, then signed a big deal with the Mets. Relationship between he and the club that soured really on both sides, and
quickly.
Yep. Found a home with Milwaukee. Really resurrected his career. And off to a tremendous start.
Anything but a typical follow through. Long stride. He's ready. He finishes ready to receive a throw from center.
Yes, he does.
And not the catcher.
Almost fell over on that last delivery.
He did.
The 1-2. Yachty's not going anywhere. Casually walking back to the bag at first. 2-2. I think of one of these times, maybe he hangs that slider. Craig walks into it.
Well, the fact that he doesn't throw hard will allow Alan Craig to pull the ball. Fastball he'll hit the other way, but against Rodriguez you would think he would pull one.
The 2-2. Molina will get a start from the bag at first. 3-2, 2 outs. Home half of the 12th. Change up again. Pitch number 9 coming up in this at bat for Allen Craig. And he walked him. Great at bat.
Great at bat. On some very, very tough pitches.
Johnny Peralta with 2 home runs yesterday. Already this season with 6. The rally caps are out. Peralta represents the winning run. Peralta with a base hit to center that was back in the 9th inning. Things have just gotten a little interesting here.
Yes, they have.
Sometimes you think about pinch running for Craig. He dealt with his injuries last year. You could use Tony Cruz if you tied the game up at first. And the player that you probably want to use to pinch run at this point, because you're out of position players after Cruz, would be Joe Kelly, but he's hurt.
Running. Yeah, I just think you take too big a risk running pitchers as pinch runners. I know the game's on the line and all that, but it's a long season.
Sure.
And with starters, which would have to be a starter, like Joe Kelly, but
Two outs, 2 on. 0-1 pitch to Peralta. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's always interesting, too, to see the residual effect of long innings for a closer, how that could play a part in tomorrow's game, Wednesday as well. Right now, Rodriguez at 18 pitches, Rosenthal at 2 innings. 1-2.
I think that fastball surprised Peralta. He's been throwing so many off-speed pitches that the fastball, about 88 miles an hour, looks like it's 98 miles an hour, because you're looking for so many breaking balls.
One-two to Johnny Peralta. Stays alive. I was just going to say, we're watching a guy that used to throw so hard, and he's getting it done a different way. And when you throw as hard as Rodriguez used to, if you miss location, many times you get away with it.
Sure, but you can't do that anymore.
Right.
You've heard that expression, reinventing yourself. He, as much as anybody in the National League, has done that, particularly from a bullpen standpoint.
One-two pitch. 2-2. If you're wondering, K-Rod has given up 3 walk-off home runs in his career. The 2-2. Peralta gets underneath it, pops it up into center. The catch is made in a hard-fought win for the Milwaukee Brewers. They take it in 12, and the final is 5-3. Brewers over the Cardinals.
It was not a pretty played game, but it was an interesting game from a lot of standpoints. Really enjoyed it, Dan.
Great having you back.
Thank you, man.
Tim McCarver, Dan McLaughlin, Jim Hayes saying so long. Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Our post-game show comes your way next.